too.
Thanks to you.
Yes.
Dehumanizing people.
All right. Good evening. Woo, that is loud tonight. And welcome to School Committee's regular meeting of December 12th, 2024. I will call to order this meeting at 6:06 p.m. And we have a very packed agenda this evening, as you will see. First, we'll begin with public comment, and then we'll move along into the superintendent, chair, and student remarks. We'll have a consent agenda consisting of consideration of approval of school committee meeting dates for 2024, or for January through June of 2025, consideration of acceptance of a $7,650 grant from the John and Mary Murphy Educational Foundation to the Winchester High School, and consideration of approval of Winchester High School trips, including the robotics team trip to Oklahoma, art trip to New York City of May 9th, 2025, and an art trip to New York City for April 11th of 2025. We also have report, update, and action items consisting of a presentation of McCall Middle School 8th grade ELA portfolio pilot, collaboration for educational services and elementary literacy team representatives update, a finance subcommittee update, and policy subcommittee update, and a WPS 2030 strategic plan update. We'll have anticipated future agenda items, next meetings, and adjournment. So with that, we'll go back to public comment, and I will just read the little preamble. So public comment shall be for a period of 20 minutes. Any citizen wishing to speak before the committee shall identify themselves by name and address and shall speak for no longer than 3 minutes. All remarks will be addressed through the chair of the meeting, and public comment is not a discussion, debate, or dialogue between citizens and the committee. It's a citizen's opportunity to express their opinion on issues of school committee business. Written comments longer than 3 minutes may be presented to the committee before or after the meeting for the committee members' review and consideration at an appropriate time. And that address is schoolcommittee@winchesterps.org. And with that, Mr. Hopcroft will help with keeping us on track here and timekeeping.
Set a timer right now.
Thank you. And we'll first welcome Miss Erin, Dubovic? Dubovic, yes. Dubovic. If you could go there.
Good evening.
Good evening.
Good evening.
Thank you for this opportunity to speak. I'm Erin Dubovic. I live at 80 Main Street.
Erin, could you pull the mic so that people on TV won't be able to hear you otherwise?
Okay, is that better?
You two can blast out with us.
So I wrote down my comments because I just want to make sure I'm hitting everything. I'm here today to share my deep concern for the handling of the incident at the McCall Middle School earlier this week. I am a mom of a 6th grade student. I am also a licensed independent social worker and a licensed school social worker as well. So I understand what it means to walk the walk and to walk this tightrope as well. I think it's important to note that my 6th grader has now 2 years in a row consecutively gone to school and had a gun at school. And I find that pretty appalling. So it's now Ambrose and McCall. Earlier today, Principal Lynn and I spoke. He called me in response to my email where I asked about follow-up with students. In this email, Mr. Lynn stated, "I want to assure you that all necessary measures have been implemented to maintain a safe and learning environment for your children. With this in mind, I asked about facts, as much as can be shared, to ensure that my daughter and all students feel safe at school. Was there anything more that the school could share about the incident and next steps? I was also curious about what the school was doing to address the school community. Are there any restorative justice circles planned? Are counselors talking to kids in classes? Do you suggest resources for caregivers to talk to their children about this? all of which are best practices. Mr. Lin informed me that the decision was made not to discuss the incident at school with students. He said that counselors had checked in with the most vulnerable students, but they were concerned that if they talked with all students, it would simply increase their anxiety. I find this response completely appalling. The work I do, what I know about mental health in children, we talk about hard things, and that's how you gain trust with children. I cannot tell you enough. I was enraged after my conversation today. I just felt as though none of this is based on empirical research. This is not PBIS. This is not what we do at schools. We do not ignore. I also want to say that I am aware that Winchester uses the safety response protocol. I do that as well in Melrose Public Schools. And the protocol says, it has one demand. The protocol carries an obligation. Kids and teens are smart. An implicit part of SRP is that authorities and school personnel tell students what's going on. Additionally, the National Association of School Psychologists recommend as best practice to talk with students and validate their feelings. Let their questions guide what and how much information to provide. Be open to opportunities to talk when they are ready. Be honest about your own feelings related to violence and emphasize the positive things that children, families, and schools can do to stay safe. Additionally, to be patient. Children and youth do not always talk about their feelings readily. The McCall students have received a clear message. Bring a gun to school is no big deal.
You are at 3
You're at
minutes.
3 minutes. But
I'm sorry.
You can wrap
You
up.
can wrap up.
Yeah, I'll wrap up, I'm sorry. So administrators are not talking, they have not validated students' feelings, they have not given the opportunity for them to talk, and rumors abound. My 6th grader said this afternoon, I wish we could talk about it, it would make people feel better. My 9th grader said, kids kept asking me about the gun at middle school because they know I have a sister there. People are concerned and don't have information, Mom. How can students trust the adults that they are supposed to keep safe if they are not willing to address the hard thing? Is this not how we develop trust? Is it not what we do with teachers, with our community? I'm asking you, the school committee, and Dr. Hackett to please review the safety protocol at McCall, as well as its implementation. Please address the incident with staff, with students, and the community. Please provide next steps and resources. If nurturing students is part of our mission, please do your job.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. Next, we have Ms. Shannon Stott.
Good evening. I'm Shannon Stott at 32 Pilgrim Drive. I'm also a board member of WinPAC, which is Winchester's Special Education Parent Advisory Council, and I'm reading the statement as prepared with WinPAC. Thank you for the opportunity to speak today. Like many in the room and watching from home, I'm excited to hear the update that will be coming today from the elementary literacy team and the collaborative. I am looking forward to hearing about their progress as well as accomplishments towards making Winchester's literacy curriculum the best it can be for all learners in our district. At WinPAC, we look forward to hearing similar updates on the district's progress related to another report, the Language-Based Program Report. This study was initiated and paid for by Winchester Public Schools and also centered on how we teach reading and writing in our district. The difference is that the language-based report focused on students with language-based disabilities like dyslexia and was issued in the spring of 2022. As the members of the school committee and Winchester Public School Administration know, approximately 17% of our students are part of our special education community. Thus, the language-based program report and the recommendations are beneficial to a substantial number of students in our district. We are encouraged to see that the school committee has introduced a standing agenda item for the elementary literacy team with updates on progress for our students in our general education curriculum. But the literacy curriculum for general and special education students cannot exist in separate silos, as they need to be coordinated and complementary to be most impactful. Therefore, we request that regular updates on progress towards the 2022 language-based recommendations are also provided in this forum. We are also grateful that there have been formal updates on the language-based program shared during our WinPAC meetings, with the last formal update provided in April of 2023 by Heather Gary, the former Director of Special Education. WinPAC has formally requested another update on the language-based program report, and we hope that Dr. Hackett supports our request so that that update can occur in our January 13th meeting. Members of WinPAC are also more than happy to meet with any members of the school committee who look at the language-based report and have questions about the findings and recommendations. We review the report frequently. We track progress towards goals as best we can with the information given, with the hopes that, like the elementary school literacy effort, our children with language-based disabilities are given the best opportunities to be proficient and confident readers and writers. To quickly summarize, our ask is that the language-based program report be given a similar attention to the elementary literacy study, with frequent updates at school committee meetings on district progress. We also reiterate our request for a formal update at our next WinPAC meeting from the district from our current Director of Special Education, Marlena Yasalgas, who's been a pleasure to work with. Thank you very much for your time tonight.
Thank you.
Thank you so much. Next, we'll move on to Superintendent Chair, excuse me, and student remarks.
If it's okay with the chair and the committee, I would like to suggest that maybe we move the remarks to after the presentations, given the number of people we have present to speak to us today.
All right, we do have a very busy evening. So if the team is in consensus.
Is the suggestion to go to item 5?
Uh,
Yes.
Yes, we're going straight to
On
item
board
5.
with that.
Okay. All right. So we'll go ahead and start with a presentation of the McCall Middle School 8th grade ELA portfolio pilot. And I'll turn this over to Dr. Elenema, and we will be welcoming Miss Carolyn. Oh, I don't have all the name. Miss Carolyn Plosky and
You can talk about
That's
that.
okay,
We can
they'll introduce
Yes.
themselves. Yeah.
and a number of students and another educator too. So
Thank you. Why don't you guys come on up? So as they're getting set up, just a little bit of background. As we continue to share the presentations from different areas, and I believe next we'll be hearing from an elementary group. We heard from the high school science, middle school ELA, and then onto the elementary. We're framing all of this work and sharing what are the big projects we're kind of working on as a district, and what are some of the things that, as we choose initiatives to work on, or areas that we're choosing next, or where we want to grow and what we want to do. We're tying it all into these skills that we're really hoping that they have for the rapidly changing world that the students will be going into, and us being more responsive to that, and where they're headed, and making sure we're focusing on those goals. So I won't read through these, but on the next slide is the same kind of indicators that we shared previously with the science, where we're looking for this work that is on the upper end of Bloom's taxonomy. So we're really doing critical thinking, that we're really building social emotional skills with it, and collaboration, and all of those pieces, so that our students are ready for what will be out in the world, and what they'll be doing in this case as they go on to high school and then to college. And if you just could go to the next slide, that's Bloom's taxonomy, that we certainly understand sometimes some of the work that we're doing will be hitting kind of at the bottom of that pyramid, but the work that we're always hoping to stretch to is when we're moving up to the top and we're asking them to apply, to analyze, to create things, and certainly what this group is going to share will hit all of that as well. And then we put this in because last time we talked a little bit about this, but we thought it's really important that people also have kind of this visual to go back to as we talk through these pieces. As you know, one of our big focus areas for the district for quite a few years has been around the social emotional learning. And we're working every day on how we strengthen our integration of that into everything that we're doing with our students. So those 5 core competencies are part of what we build when we're building units, when we're looking at different curriculum pieces, when we're doing the courses, when we're doing PD, and certainly as this group will share, there is lots of that embedded and integrated into the work they're doing as well. So these are the core competencies we're talking about building across all content areas from pre-K to 12 in the district. So they will let you know how these tie in. So I will let them introduce themselves as they go forward, and I'll turn it over.
Thank you so much. So I'm Carolyn Plasky. I'm the Director of English for grades 6 through 12. And tonight I am joined by two 8th grade teachers, Kate Thompson and Claire Powell. And then the highlight of tonight's presentation will be 3 9th graders who we brought along with us. So we have Olivia, Josh, and Emily, who you'll meet in a moment. And the reason that we invited them to come with us is they are going to speak intimately about the work that they did as part of this process. And so their words speak much louder than ours ever could. So I'll start just by talking a little bit about the MCIEA and performance assessment, which I know you're familiar with. And so we'll start with something that you know, and then we will zero in on how we got this team to this particular portfolio pilot and what distinguishes this team. So this 8th grade team is really a vanguard in our district, in the school that they teach in the MCIEA, as well as in the state. So if we move on to the next slide, what you're aware of already is MCIEA performance assessment. And what that means is the work that the MCIEA districts do is design and implement and assess quality assessment materials that speak to real-world tasks that we ask our students to do. And this is really the opposite of what MCAS is asking our students to do. And in that process, we share the work, we get feedback on that work, and we revise the work as we try things and get responses from our students, both in the work that they do, as well as in their opinions of that work and what they've learned throughout that process. And so every course here in Winchester Public Schools has at least 2 performance assessments that they implement at some point during the school year. The 8th grade English team actually has 3. And the MCIEA, about a year and a half ago, decided to formulate a portfolio pilot where they were going to ask groups of teachers to design and implement performance assessments that hopefully would also demonstrate the same exact standards that the MCAS was asking students to exhibit. The benefit of doing performance assessment is you can actually do more standards because there are just some standards that cannot be assessed on a standardized test. So we had a much broader range of standards that we could ask our students to do. And so while the portfolio pilot is a 2-year pilot, there were 4 schools within the MCIEA that volunteered to do this, and the 8th grade team at McCall was one of them. And so they went through this process, and they are going to take you through exactly what that looks like, as well as what it looked like from our students' perspective. So I'm going to turn it over to Kate.
Thank you. Okay, so just a little background on what constitutes a portfolio. So a portfolio, unlike a standardized test, unlike an MCAS, a portfolio is a collection of a student's work that shows their growth and their development over time. And so it's hopefully a repetition of standards that we have gone through and prioritized. You know, these are the things that are going to make our students successful, not only in terms of going on to the next grade, but also in terms of real-world application of those standards that we are prioritizing. So it's a collection of their work that instead of it being just a one-time kind of snapshot, you know, this is what they did on this day, this is how the student has performed over time, this is how they've grown over time. So the goal of a portfolio is to provide kind of a more comprehensive view of what the students are doing to meet the standards. And if you want to go on to the next. So our process when working with the MCIEA was to first identify what standards are our priorities. And so this work took place actually a very long time ago. All of our grade levels have dived into our standards and prioritized, okay, these are the things that we really feel like students need to have a grasp on in order to not only show mastery for the grade level, but like I said, to also show mastery in terms of just real world application of their skills. And then we designed our assessments based off of those prioritized standards. And like Ms. Plosky said, you know, every curriculum has these performance-based assessments. We happen to have 3 in grade 8 English, but every subject has at least 2. So this is not something new for Winchester. We've been doing this for quite a long time. What is new is just this pilot of trying to see, is this a viable kind of replacement in terms of a better overall picture or snapshot of what kids can do versus like a one-time MCAS. And then from there, once we designed our assessments, we went through the development of rubrics for those assessments. You know, what are the actual standards? What are the things that we're going to look for in the students' work? And provided those. And then we went through and actually collected all of the student information and data and uploaded all of their work. And then we went through a double-blind scoring process with those portfolios where other schools who participated in the pilot reviewed our students' work, graded based off of the rubrics that they were provided for those tasks. Completely blind, we did the same for the other schools, and then we went through and graded our own. And so now the process is taking a look at those scores, you know, how do they compare to what the other double-blind scores scored, as well as how do they match up to the actual MCAS scores of the students.
So, as Carolyn and Kate have already mentioned, we already had 3 PBAs in our English curriculum in 8th grade. And the 3 PBAs that we already included were the editorial, an opinion editorial, This I Believe essay, and the Arda's Activism project. Now, we've spaced these projects out over the course of the year to see how students are growing. And each of them is more or less the culminating project for that unit. The opinion editorial, the 8th graders, current 8th graders are actually working on it right now. This is coming in at the end of our argumentative writing and debate unit. So students have already looked at many different examples of persuasive writing. They've done a debate, and they are now practicing writing their own persuasive pieces. And then this editorial is what comes as the final step for them. Later on in the spring, on my team, we do the Arda's Activism project after we read the text All-American Boys. This is in our Racial Injustice and Activism unit. And students really get a chance to explore various pieces of activism art and then create a response piece of their own in this project, which the students will tell you more about. And on my team, the very last project that we get to is the This I Believe essay, which comes right at the end of the year after a coming of age unit, where students get to do a book club unit. They get to pick 1 book out of 5, meet with groups on a regular basis, and see how the characters in the novels that they're reading are coming to terms with parts of their own identity, and they themselves are also reflecting on different aspects of their identity and thinking about what values they have themselves. And the final piece that we come up with in that unit is the This I Believe essay. I'm not going to go into too much more detail, though, because we do have 3 students here tonight who are going to be talking about them. Olivia is going to be talking about our editorial in a moment. Josh is going to be talking about his This I Believe essay, and Emily is going to be talking about her Arda's Activism project. So I think we can turn it over to them. You guys want to start?
And if you could each, oops, I put the mic far away from me. Oh, well.
As you do.
If you could, just as a reminder, if you could just make sure the mic is close to you so that we can all hear. Thank you.
So I'm Olivia, and I'm in 9th grade this year. I am going to be talking about the editorial. So the project was pretty much to pick a topic that we felt strongly about and write a persuasive editorial on it. And I think, yeah. So
Could you pull the mic closer?
Oh, closer? Okay.
Thank you.
For me, the editorial really helped me with my argumentative skills. Beforehand, my persuasive writing, I pretty much did not know how to do it. And throughout the unit of the editorial, we learned a lot of persuasive skills and then got to apply them all at the end. And I think I can speak for all the other students when I say that doing this assignment really helped us to look deeper into our writing and analyze our skills a little more and overall grow as writers. The other big part of the project, in my opinion, was the creative element, because with many other writing projects in English class, we're writing about books or a specific prompt, but with this, you got to choose what you wanted to write about. And I think students really got a lot more out of writing about their personal beliefs, because when you're writing about something you care about, you can showcase your skills and your strengths, and you also feel more inspired and you work harder. So the editorials that us students made, I think, were really our best work. And I think it also helped to show students how much meaning and importance writing could have when it's not just about like a book or something stereotypical, when it's about something that really means a lot to you. And I think it inspired students to love writing a lot more. And the last big thing about this assignment was sharing your ideas with other people, because an editorial is generally written to convince others of your argument. And in the context of this project, students had the option to submit to a New York Times essay contest, which I ended up doing. And I think even just having the opportunity to do this showed students how much of an impact their writing could have. And I think it kind of gave them a confidence boost almost, like, wow, my writing could actually make a difference. Like, my opinion really matters, and inspired them to want to share their ideas. And when I submitted mine, it felt really good to be able to tell other people, and I felt like I really had a chance to change some people's minds, and it added a lot more depth and meaning to my writing. So I hope you consider the value of this assessment and how much it helped me and other students.
Is this good? Can you hear me? All right. Hello, everyone. My name is Josh Perez, and I'm a freshman here at Winchester High School. I was on the silver team last year of Mrs. Kennedy. She couldn't make it today, sadly. Still miss her. And today I will be talking about one of my favorite assignments that I did last year, the This I Believe essay. There it is. So the This I Believe essay was, so first we explored various different This I Believe NPR essays, and we analyzed the structure and format of them. And then we brainstormed a core belief of either us or the main character from the book club unit that we were doing at the same time as this. And we wrote the essay either from our perspective or from the character's perspective. It was modeled after the NPR essays. And so it really just highlighted the different aspects of either our or the character's core belief and how we or them came to that belief. And so I really enjoyed this activity for two main reasons, the self-reflection aspect and the aspect of freedom. First off, by giving us time in class to brainstorm core beliefs, we gained a deeper understanding of ourselves. Personally, I wrote my essay about how ambition and perseverance can make you successful in any venture of life. And I took inspiration from both my own life and the advice of others who had more experience than me, i.e. my parents. And by the end of this assignment, I felt as if I knew more about myself than I had before. And I'm certain that I'm not alone in saying that. The second reason is that by giving us an open-ended rubric, and the choice to pick our main topic, it provided us with much more freedom than other assignments. Usually our teacher assigned us a topic relevant to the book we were currently reading with a strict rubric and a list of things to include, one by one. So it was a much-needed braver to get an assignment this lenient. The feeling of choice and freedom also motivated us to work harder and put in more effort because we felt a deeper, more personal understanding and connection to our work than we would an essay about a book we didn't even write. So this is pretty short. So in conclusion, my peers and I greatly enjoyed this, I believe, essay, and we hope you all realize what a benefit collecting student work and encouraging creativity in the classroom can be. Thank you all.
Hi, my name is Emily Rogers. I am also a freshman here at the high school. So I'm going to talk about the Art as Activism project. This is a project, at least my team, I was on Silver, we did at the very end of the year, and it was our conclusion to the social justice unit. I think art is a very powerful and often overlooked in English curriculums. It's a very powerful way to reflect on ourselves, but also the unit that we're doing, and I think it works perfectly with the social justice unit. So this was a project where we would pick, we would research artists and people who were involved in social justice, and we would review their art and talk about the meanings of this art in our classes. Then we, as our students, would go off and make either a collage, a painting, a drawing, some medium of art that represents one of our beliefs about social justice. I think a big topic with all of these projects has been the freedom that us students get when we get to select them, and I think this one is also a very free kind of project. We get to research our own types of social justice that we are interested in, and it's pretty open-ended when we get to select one. I personally made a collage of different female artists who were poets, writers, painters who made art about social activism. I think this project allowed for me to go in and research myself, research the kind of activism I was interested in, which helped me understand kind of things that I believe about social justice. And I think this artwork is not only a display of social justice, but also a reflection of ourselves, which makes it a very personal project and also a project that shows kind of our understanding of the unit as well. I personally enjoyed the freedom of this project, and I think it's a very good example of the student's ability because I think it's very free, so it kind of depends on how much effort the student wants to put into it. And when we worked on this project in class, we got to look at everyone else's as well as a final presentation, and I think every student definitely I think every project definitely reflected the students' abilities, which showed how the project was beneficial. So this was personally my favorite project, which is why I picked to talk about it. And I think it's a very good representation of the students' abilities.
Thank you so much to our student presenters. I couldn't have said it better. I also couldn't help but realize that no one, when they're taking MCAS, says that they realized that their voice matters, that the freedom that they had in it allowed them to invest and exhibit their abilities, and that they came away with a deeper understanding of themselves. So they said it. We didn't put those words in their mouths. So thank you for that. And then just to end, the goals of the pilot, so what was really interesting is those 3 students and no 8th grader from last year even knew that they were involved in a portfolio pilot. They had no idea that we were compiling their work into a comprehensive portfolio. And the teachers certainly did, and there was a lot of paperwork and a lot of time invested in uploading all of that material, and as Kate said, in the assessing of it and assessing other schools and comparing it. And that was part 1 of the pilot, but we're only in the beginning of the 2nd year of the pilot. We still have a ways to go. Already we have learned that there are changes that we've made, and there will be changes that we continue to make. So it's a work in process as we continue to invite other schools and other grade levels to take part in this. And so we want to make sure that we're anchored in that the assessment comes from what's going on in the classroom as opposed to being imposed from elsewhere. And so I think that was really seen. We're beneficial in that we already had existing excellent performance assessments, and while we did make a little bit of tweaking in this process, they fit naturally into the portfolio process because we had already prioritized what we wanted to see from our students and what we wanted them to exhibit by the end of the year. We also want to make sure that we're anchored in a rigorous, authentic, and equitable alternative to MCAS. And so we are finding that students are better able to show what they know and are able to do in performance assessment than in a standardized test. And then lastly, we would like to have student voice involved in the curation of what assignments they're going to put in the portfolio and reflection on what they did learn. You know, if we could have recorded that and captured that as part of their portfolio reflection process, that would have been excellent to include in what was presented to the MCIA. So we're still working on that. We're still collecting information and we're still discussing, which is what makes this a great part of this process in that we don't know exactly where we'll end up. We're shaping it and we're working with other districts in order to have a voice and decide what could be an alternative to the MCAS. We're not there yet, but we're on our way. So thank you. And I wanted to offer the opportunity to ask me any questions or any of our teachers or our students as well.
I'll open it up to the committee to ask questions if you have some.
Can I ask our students some
Absolutely.
questions? She wants to get up.
I-
I'll give them my microphone. So as you were describing your work, so a couple of things stuck out at me. And actually, I wanted to share this, particularly as I was listening to you, Olivia, many years ago, and I don't know how many, at least 10, when the school committee was still at the Lynch Elementary School. I have vivid memories of a group of high school students, juniors, I think, who spoke very candidly of what a difficult experience they had when they got to the high school and they were asked to write about something that they cared about or write about themselves. And it was really kind of in a run-up to prepare for things like college essays. They were really just caught flat-footed. And we were all appreciative about how candid they were, but that was sort of an awakening for many of us because I think I and many others expected that wouldn't have been a problem or a challenge. So congratulations on hitting it out of the park, but especially so because you're doing it at McCall Middle School. So I think this kind of exercise only sets you up for success here at the high school. But as all 3 of you spoke, so I hear the word freedom a lot and choice, which resonates with me. But I'm curious to know, did you all have the opportunity to share drafts of your work with your peers, or was it really sort of just with your teachers? And I'm curious, because Emily, when you were talking, it sounded like there may have been a little more group work in yours, but I'll just hand it, if you guys want to share the mic, just talk about if there were opportunities to work with your peers, what were those opportunities and were those meaningful?
So I definitely think for the Art as Activism project, we had opportunities to work as a group. We had several class periods to work on this project, and we worked at tables where we could see what everyone else was doing. So I definitely think we could all review and give compliments and suggestions to others' projects, especially because it is art. So we could always give suggestions on what we think, more probably than if we were writing an essay and did not have a specific time to peer edit. I think it was more open to conversation and discussion than an essay.
I think with the editorial, we definitely shared our work with other people. I remember when we did our first draft, I think we did a lot of peer editing in class, and I remember sharing my essay with my family, and I think some of my friends too. We were editing each other's, so it was definitely a very kind of social process. And I also think we kind of discussed the beliefs we were writing about a lot with our peers because we were middle schoolers, and so we all love to convince each other stuff.
So for the This I Believe essay, there were mainly two different, I think, groups. So the people who chose, like me, who chose to write about themselves, I would say, we didn't share with each other as much and peer as much because for some of us, it was more like a personal topic. So, and it kind of, a bit, might be a bit sensitive for some people, so we didn't do too much, but we could have if we wanted to. And for those who decided to share about their, the main character in the book club, I would say it was definitely a lot more peer work and peer editing. So, because it was multiple essays about one person, I would say. So we definitely could just bounce ideas off of each other. And so, yeah, there's a lot of potential there.
I also think with the This I Believe essay, like Josh said, it could either be based off personal experience or the book clubs that we did before. So we also did writing based off of the book clubs, just like offhanded, not as big of a grade. But I think that writing also had peer editing in it because it was part of our book club. But yeah.
Anybody else have questions for them while she's holding my microphone?
I have a question for them and the teachers from two different points of view. I also, like Mr. Nixon, heard freedom, choice, motivation, self-interest in this kind of work. And that is what kept you sort of going through this process, because this is a lot of work. I mean, I want to acknowledge that this kind of work is a different kind of work than turning in a worksheet or studying for a test. And in a way, it's a lot more work. So how did the motivation play into you being able to sustain your effort through this kind of a project?
I think personally, the Art as Activism project wasn't a project that required much motivation from me, not because it wasn't like a lengthy project, but because it was fun. So I think being able to do art in English class and have it count towards such a big grade and have it be so meaningful was definitely a very fun process.
I agree with what Emily said, especially about the art project. I was totally, that was just fun for me. And the editorial too, I think it was a really fun assignment, and it was kind of fun to develop, and it was fun to read through every time. So I think I was pretty motivated throughout the whole thing, and I certainly enjoyed the process. I was never at any point just doing it to get it done or kind of begrudging about it.
I wholeheartedly agree with what my peers said. And so currently I have Mr. Weir for English, and about almost every day when we meet, I'd say we have a journal write where after a reading quiz that we do about the last night's reading, we write about a specific topic that's kind of vague, but we take inspiration from our own lives and our own experiences to write about them. And that kind of free writing is what I did on my This I Believe essay. And I mean, it was so freeing to just write from the heart and not have to worry about including anything of detail and anything specifically, or not writing anything I didn't want to. And so that feeling of just sitting down at my computer and just writing, not having to think about what I'm writing or how it sounds, is really just what I loved most about it, and about the editorial too.
And I guess my question for the teachers on that is, what do you notice about the engagement, or we're not in your classrooms, what do your classrooms feel like when you're doing this kind of work with kids, and how do you know learning is happening?
Sure.
Besides just the finished product.
They're excited too.
There is there's a palpable energy for sure. Even when introducing the projects, the kids are excited from the get-go. When we were just talking about the New York Times opinion editorial, they're so excited. They're like, we can enter the contest? What do we get if we win? And they're just like, ooh, how can I make mine the best it can be? They want to look at the people who've won in the past and pick theirs apart and see, okay, what can I include then in my own editorial? Same thing with the other two projects. When I said that we were going to be getting a chance to make art pieces, they're like, oh my gosh, art's in an English classroom. Can I bring in all of my supplies? And I think that's the most exciting thing for me as an English teacher, because I'm seeing sides to my students that I don't always get to see. Oh my gosh, you're a brilliant artist. I never knew. Wow, I haven't had a chance to see your poetry before. That's beautiful too. So we see much more of the whole student, I think, in these projects.
Yeah, I mean, you kind of stole what I was going to say, Claire. Yeah, I will just echo what Claire said. Especially, we're doing the editorial right now, and middle school students love to argue. Well,
No offense.
so do I. But
Olivia said it
they are
first.
just so into their topics, and because they know that this is not only is this a real world skill, but this is a real world piece of writing that exists that, adults do, right? This isn't like a literary analysis essay. This is something that could actually exist in a newspaper or in a magazine or on a website or whatever. That motivation is there, and you can definitely feel it. So, yeah.
Thank you. Thank you guys too.
Hi. So I want to talk about MCAS, and sort of, I first I'm going to come back to our professional adults, but I want to start with the students. Mr. Nixon, would you maybe be able to hand your microphone back a second time?
Who am I giving it to?
All of them.
All of them. They can share it. So talk to me about, sort of how you all feel about this in relationship to the things you're asked to do on MCAS, and sort of, obviously there's a lot of discussion that goes on about, is MCAS actually preparing students for the skills that they need to succeed in the world? And obviously we've heard a lot about sort of engagement and interest, the fact that these are assignments that you can really dig into and get excited about. But sort of talk to me about, now that you're all in high school, the real skills that you feel. I think we heard a little bit about this already, but the real skills that you feel this kind of project has given you and empowered you with for starting high school, and obviously as much as you might know about what comes beyond in the next 3 years of school as well.
I think definitely personally, these projects have been much more meaningful to me, because if I was asked to think about what I've written for MCAS for the past, as many years as I've been doing it, I cannot recall one essay I've written on MCAS that has left me with something that I think is as meaningful as any of these projects. And when I was emailed about this, I immediately remember, I was like, oh, I love that project. Oh, those were my favorite things to do in 8th grade. And I think all of the messages behind these projects are much more meaningful than reading an essay or reading a story and then writing an essay based off of it while I sit down to take a test for 4 hours. I don't think I'm left with anything as meaningful as any of these projects.
I definitely agree. I think the skills we have to learn and have to use on MCAS, none of them are really going to be present in like the more important things we have to do in college and like once we're adults, like our life, I feel like. And I think the other assignments that we talked about, those are the kind of skills that we're going to need. And already, like, all the assignments we've been doing, the skills we learned on MCAS, like, I wouldn't have needed a lot of them, to be perfectly honest.
So I think, excuse me, the main difference between MCAS and these portfolio projects is that when you take the MCAS, you're showing what you've learned. But when you do these projects, you're not just showing what you've learned, but you're learning more on top of that. So, I mean, I think everyone in this room knows how to take an MCAS by now, but not everyone, well, definitely not. Before I did these projects, I did not know how to write an editorial or how to really just combine art and English. Art and English, that's crazy. But but after that, I feel like I have a much deeper understanding of these different topics, and I know much better how to be prepared for them.
Thank you. So I guess the question to our teachers and administrators is sort of, can these things coexist? Obviously, they do coexist as things currently stand. And sort of where do you see the district going in terms of its own decisions in the next several years? And how does that relate to where the state is going, right? I mean, you might be more plugged into that than some of us. I mean, I'm in early childhood, so I don't know a whole bunch about, sort of where things are going in middle and high school standards. So would love to sort of hear from you, your perspectives on how these things coexist right now, opportunities for growth in the future, and sort of where you see the macro direction of the state headed. That might be any of the four of you, to be honest.
Feel free to join in. They do coexist right now. Right now, our 8th graders spend 8 days taking MCAS. And when I think what we could do instructionally with 8 more days with our students, the possibilities are endless. I would much rather include assessments and activities and lessons that relate to performance assessments, because as all of our students said, the learning opportunities were so much more broad within that particular genre. Right now we're still required by federal and state law to administer MCAS. If it were up to me, we wouldn't, but it's not, and so we do have our students doing that. The MCIEA is, thinking about how could it ultimately be proposed that we do something like a portfolio as an alternative, and that's why we're participating in this process, because we believe in it and we appreciate your support in that and the investment of our students in working towards making sure that we can communicate that that could indeed be a reality. In terms of the entire state, and we're learning from this pilot that the sustainability of having portfolios graded for even just the 4 districts that took part in it is enormous. And so not that the grading of MCAS isn't enormous, because that is too, but we'd have to think of what would a comparable system look like if we were to move to a portfolio assessment system. And we're not there yet. That's why we're doing the portfolio. That's why there is no proposal as of yet, because we're not quite ready to do that.
So, Jen, before you jump in, Jen, can I have you add on something to that as well?
Of course.
So this past November, the state of Massachusetts, the voters spoke and eliminated the 10th grade MCAS requirement. And it struck me, one of the questions I had, I was glad Dr. Matthews brought this up, because a question I had is, how far ahead of the curve are we? I heard that this measures standards that MCAS may not, and maybe even broader standards than MCAS can measure. And how does this set Winchester up to be able to do competency through high school, now that we don't have a 10th grade MCAS that may not best represent all the skills our kids need to be able to successful in college or beyond? And aligned with that, could you also just remind everybody what MCIEA is as well?
Yeah.
So funny, I was going to start with that. Thank you. So apologies. We know at the table that you've all heard so much about it. Everybody knows, but maybe not all of our audience are on TV. So first, I'll just start with the acronym. It is Massachusetts Consortium for Innovative Educational Assessments. And we are one of the founding 8 districts in that. I can't remember. It's been at least 7 or 8 years now. Way back pre-pandemic, we were at the
2017.
Thank you. And it's really 2 main focus areas that this consortium has been working on for all of this time. is one, thinking about quality school measures. How do we measure our schools? So currently, we're measured by DESE in our little report card that we get. And although they have expanded a little bit beyond just MCAS scores, the indicators don't take into consideration things that we think and many other districts think are very valuable. How do students feel in school? Do they have trusted adults? Do they feel like it's an environment where they can learn and grow and thrive? So they have developed a survey that we take each year with our staff, and all of our students have taken it historically grades 4 to 12. We are expanding this year to grade 3. They're starting to make a survey that will capture it in an easier way from younger students. So trying to get that feedback, we're also working on developing a parent piece for it so that we can kind of triangulate all of our data about how are our schools, how are we measuring our schools, and what are the things we value, and then how do we know where we're doing well and where we need to grow. And then the second big piece of this consortium is with our performance-based assessments. So to part of your question, Michelle, as the teacher shared, like we were a little ahead of the curve with some of these pieces just because everyone in the district is doing performance-based assessments. So for some of the districts, they didn't send, that's why only 4 of the districts were involved. Some of them, if they didn't have already these developed, that was even something more that they needed to do before they could get to this piece. So we've done a lot of growth in that area. We still feel like we'd like to do a lot more growth with using our data from the surveys, so that's our area to grow more. We've done the performance-based assessments. That is something we can see every day tangibly with the students. And for the reasons like Carolyn just mentioned, a standardized assessment, it's understandable why they're done here and in many other states. They're easy with billions of dollars, but easy to give and easy to score in that sense compared to what you're hearing around the complexities of scoring. And we're not even to the piece of the portfolios we would love, which is the student reflections and the feedback and all of that. That would be even more work, but worthy work. So I have to say it's great. The shout outs to the students, and we appreciate you coming tonight and everything you're doing with it. I also just want to say all of our teachers, these teachers obviously included, it is so much more work than just giving a bubble test. So that has been an unbelievable commitment from the staff in the district doing that. And then coming up with the comments, so lots of teachers use many more very small PBAs in their classrooms regularly. But as a district, coming up with what common ones will we use? What common rubric will we use? How will we then be able to look at how our students are doing with those standards in a way that is more meaningful and authentic? Not only are we not losing instructional time, because with a performance-based assessment, you're learning as you're doing your assessment, but also it's just much higher skills. You know, a standardized test was right for like the industrial age when lots of people were going off into jobs that would have very regulated, we tell you what you do those jobs. But that's not what our students will be going into. They'll be going into jobs where they're expected to have opinions, to make a plan, to give a proposal, all of the things that we regularly do in our positions. So we're trying to move as much as we can with being bound with the reality of, yes, we still have to give MCAS, although it is no longer a graduation requirement. We will still be implementing, and it's still up for question what will actually happen in terms of how do we assess now, is a student ready to graduate? Is it just about passing the courses that they're in? Is there some kind of capstone? Is there a performance base that they need to do? Or do we have some other local kind of graduation requirement? So all that is to come once we have some clear guidance from the state on it. But this work, regardless of what happens with all of that, this work is so much more meaningful. Like, I could just feel, as you guys are saying, what it feels like in the classroom. Every time you walk into a classroom where students are doing this, it is a different energy level. It's like when you're in a really great meeting with the team about a project you're excited about, like that's what's happening with the students, and that's what we all get to experience in our jobs too, which is so great to see that reflection of kind of what's happening with that. I'm not sure I hit everything you both asked, so please.
I guess if it's okay, my sort of summary question is, is it possible for these things to coexist in the medium term as some of these details that you very appropriately, I mean, that was what I was hoping to get out there for those who aren't as familiar, is just sort of, what's the medium term look like in terms of how they coexist? Where do we have autonomy to set our own direction and sort of put together and continue work like the work that's already been piloted?
Yeah, it's a great question. I mean, always we say in the district, like, we want a variety of assessments always, right? So even if we had the time, which we don't, to do performance-based assessments all the time, that doesn't mirror the real world, right? Everybody does some things that are lower level things and then some things that are higher. So they can certainly coexist, and they will, because we will still be required to give them. I would personally love like a de-emphasis around those, which would make people feel a little bit better about, I don't have to prepare my students as much for the MCAS, because that is a public-facing record of how we're doing, so people feel that urgency around it. But it is lost instructional time, and it is not as reflective. A multiple choice could be a multiple guess. It is not as reflective as us being able to see what they're able to do, but I think it does give us multiple data points, so we would never not want to have different kinds of assessments and varieties, because it's what they were just talking about with when you do that kind of rating about a standard, you have to have, and we've gone through this with our standards-based reporting too, you have to have a certain number of assessments that should be different in order to triangulate and say this is where a student is with the standard. So they will continue to coexist, and we will try to make them as meaningful as possible, hopefully without overemphasizing a bubble test versus these kinds of assessments.
Doesn't work.
Just that seesaw moving a little.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Mr. Hopcroft?
Okay, thank you. Well, thank you all, and thank you, students, for coming and sharing your experiences. I love this. I wrote down, self-reflection, agency, motivation, energy, creativity. I had a sense of, when Josh, when you were speaking, almost a therapeutic component to this. But that's higher value work, and it's more aligned with current life skills, and certainly coming away with a tangible portfolio. There's a lot going on in here that's really wonderful, and makes me proud to be in this district doing this kind of work with the other districts that are involved. So I love that. We talk a lot about the MCAS, and Dr. Matthews brought that up, and I thought you were going to steal my questions here, but it was slightly different. And Dr. Alanama, you talked about maybe it was created for a different time. And maybe there's a more modern approach and a more modern workforce and more modern world that we live in today. So maybe the purposes are different. When the question was asked about, what kind of learning experience did you have in the MCAS? I was like, really? And Josh, I think you said that that's not really what that's about. And this is multiple things that are really valuable. So I was curious, I know a lot of the things that we don't like about the MCAS, the high stakes exam, the anxiety, the biases, and the 8 days, I guess, of test taking and lost opportunity there. But if there were people saying that MCAS is doing something different, or it has some value, what is that piece? Because and I'm not expecting there to be a case made that we should do this, but in thinking about this really interesting question of moving from one evaluation mechanism that I totally agree, maybe completely out of date and not aligned, to another, you could say, hey, it has all these negatives, but are there any things that it does in its quantifying, way that is valuable, and if so, how would you address that with the MCIEA? And sort of as a layer on that too, we're in Winchester, which is a pretty exceptional district that has a lot of really good things going for it. Not every district is Winchester, and so when thinking about that, is it something that other districts across the board will be able to get to?
Mm-hmm. It's great question. Would you, I don't know, is it Andrew or Frank controlling the slide deck? Whoever, can you move back to the Bloom's taxonomy slide? I think it was like slide 3, maybe. Oh, there you go. Perfect. Thank you. So there are, for those people that aren't familiar with MCAS, so there's a multiple choice section, there's open response, there's essay, and please jump in with anything. And so I would say, for me, what I find more meaning out of is at least the open response in the essays. The students are right. They are very formulaic essays, probably like nothing you'll ever write again, and this comes from an English teacher. Inherently, there's not as much value in something that you may not do again, but at least with those kinds of questions, it does let us, when we look at Bloom's taxonomy, the multiple choice, you're really at the bottom of Bloom's with the multiple choice, but at least with the open response in the essay, we can see a little bit more about what did they maybe understand about this concept or this topic or these literary terms or whatever it may be assessing at that point. The essay lets them apply their learning a little bit to the essay piece. I wish it was a little less formulaic. I could give it more credit on Bloom's if it was, but it does ask them to do a little bit more with their learning. So I feel like MCAS in that sense, to your question, Mr. Hopcroft, is a little bit better than some of the other standardized assessments that we see that are like straight multiple choice, which will only measure at the very bottom of Bloom's taxonomy.
Could I interrupt just to,
Sorry.
So just as you're comparing it, because I don't want to have you go back, but MCAS versus what we're doing here with MCIEA, I don't know if you were comparing it to that.
Yes, so when we're doing this work with MCIEA, most of the PBAs, you're looking at least applying on up with the work that they're doing, so we're using that higher order thinking. But the MCAS does give us some information around their understanding on some topics and their ability to apply some of the pieces. Other kinds of standardized tests that we may use and other districts use may keep you really at the bottom of Bloom's because there isn't the kind of open response or an essay. So I will say MCAS, I feel like at least has that piece, and that is helpful to us. And it is also helpful, this group has been working not only to calibrate grading, like across districts and what we do with that, but calibrating MCAS, how they score on MCAS with these kind of portfolios. So it is helpful for us to be able to see discrepancies between, is it a question of they really have this skill or they need to work on this skill? And is it a question of how we've asked them to show us shows up differently in different types of assessments? And I think that can really help teachers inform instruction, having those multiple data points. So I will say that MCAS brings that to the party, I guess.
Thank you.
Yes, those students are gone then, so you won't be using it to inform your instruction with them. You will use it more to inform your instruction around our building of our units or our curriculum areas, like where might we have some gaps. If we see across the board all students struggled with a particular standard, then, and every summer our teachers do, this is unbelievable too, an amazing commitment. We have tons of people working in the summer. Every summer we revisit our curriculum and our prioritized standards and our units so that with whatever data we've gained that year on different assessments, we can use that to inform us shifting and changing some of those things. So thank you for bringing that up. More on a macro level, we're able to do that than a micro level for students. They take a test at the beginning of March for some of it, and we don't see it until September.
And can I also ask, you mentioned that we're scoring the portfolios and another district scores them, and then you're comparing it to the MCAS. Are you seeing, I mean, obviously there are going to be, differences because you have different people involved in it, also differences because they evaluate differently. Are you seeing general alignment, or is it all over the place? And if it's all over the place, what do you do with that?
That's a great question. I'm going to turn that over to the team now that's actually doing it, so they can talk specifics.
So we currently just have preliminary data on the blind scoring. In fact, next week we're getting the comparisons of those students to their MCAS scores, which will also be fascinating to look at. With regard to the blind scoring, and this happens every time you calibrate. We only had this one opportunity to calibrate with the other districts that scored the same assignments that we did, and for the most part, we're pretty much aligned. We administer the same standards regardless of the school that you are being assessed in, and so our teachers know those standards inside and out. Ideally, we would, and if we were to move forward with this, we would have benchmarks that every teacher would look at. This is an exemplar for this level. This is an exemplar for this level. We're not there yet, so we were doing that all at the same time. So there is some variation involved, and yes, of course, there are outliers, here and there. So there were ultimately 3 people who scored every assignment. Generally, you want at least 2 in the same, and then 1 no more than 1 score point away, and then that's considered relatively valid. Most of them fit in there. Occasionally, there's one that is an outlier, and then that requires just more conversation, which we haven't gotten to yet. So it's a process, but we do that here regularly within our district as well.
Sounds great. And I think you just said this, but you compare within a standard when you're looking at not only the MCIEA evaluations, but when you're comparing it to the MCAS, it's not to an overall, it's to this standard to the standard, or is it just the standard to the, I don't really know how.
That's a great question. My understanding is that it will just be to the overall MCAS score. However, there is a possibility you can just look per standard per child. So we could do that, and that would be fascinating to look at, to just pull the standard that we were asking a student to assess and then compare it to that exact standard on MCAS. But I don't know whether we're going to that level of granularity.
Well, especially in cases where they're wildly different. It may be because they really mastered one area and not another, or maybe one test captured someone's ability better than the other. So I know there's a lot of variables.
And sometimes on the MCAS, there will just be one multiple choice question for a standard. So that's a tricky, most statisticians would not call that valid.
Yeah.
Well, and I was also going to say, so for the open response pieces, you also have humans grading it and scoring it, and obviously there are efforts that are made to ensure inter-rater reliability and make sure everybody's normed across, but the reality is it's still humans that are grading that as well.
MCAS is actually scored to switched to electronic scoring.
It's completely, oh my God.
It's not completely, but mostly.
Even for the open response? Wow, when was that?
I want to say the last 2 years.
Okay,
Yeah,
wow.
2 years ago.
AI they're using?
We don't really know.
No, but it's a lot of money.
That's, wow, okay.
And before we get away from it, Dr. Alanema, Mr. Hopcroft, I heard a question in there that I didn't hear the answer. Districts that are involved in MCIEA, it's a diverse set of districts. It's not across the Commonwealth.
That is a great point, and that ties into Mr. Hopcroft asking about different districts. So purposely, when MCIEA was founded, it was very different districts on purpose, so that we would be able to calibrate within ourselves, is this work meaningful for all students versus is this work meaningful in some districts but not others? Because standardized testing, obviously you can see the skew in the districts there. So our mission was to support all learners in all districts. And so, from Boston to us, to Milford, very diverse districts that are in it and working together. It's pretty awesome.
So that can address, if there's, higher turnover of teachers and less experience levels, they can manage to do this just as well as a district that had less turnover and more experienced teachers.
Yeah, it's for sure a huge commitment of the staff in each district. So it's been pretty awesome.
We applaud the commitment, and that's what makes Winchester great. So thank you.
Yes. Mr. Nixon.
So I have a couple of questions for this group now. When we've talked about PBAs, we've always in the past, we've framed it around the value of how the student learns and how we assess the student. And we've talked a lot tonight around portfolios of performance and the value in assessing students. So as the teachers in the room know, and maybe not the parents, in Massachusetts, we have a teacher evaluation tool. The school committee uses something similar for Dr. Hackett. And there's 4 standards. And they are curriculum, planning, and assessment. They are teaching all students. The third is family and community engagement. And the fourth is professional culture. And as I was listening to this tonight, I actually pulled up the teacher rubric because some of the core elements of this approach, I think, are so well suited to some of the very items that are here in this checklist. And that includes things like under assessment, are there a variety of assessment methods? Are there adjustments to practice? Are you sharing conclusions with students? Is there a safe learning environment? Is it a collaborative learning environment? And student motivation is a particular highlight. So I'm curious to know, and I guess I'm glad I'm asking this with Cheryl Norris in the room tonight too, but I'd just love to know what do we think as a district? What do teachers think about as this sort of evolves? Is this something that some teachers might actually embrace and try to incorporate in part of their own performance evaluation? Is this something we would encourage? Is there potential for this? It just seems to be meaningful sort of in a second step beyond student assessment, because we also assess our teachers. So can somebody speak to that?
Sure, happy to. Yes, it really, the new teacher rubric, so the latest round of the teacher rubric, which just was implemented this year, certainly asks people to take things to a higher level with the collaboration, with the critical thinking, with the diversity of students. And I think that our teachers are so engaged in this work, it's like built-in evidence constantly for exactly those things on the rubric that you're talking about. I mean, it's so cool how like all the pieces of different things that we're doing just all kind of come together. And this isn't obviously the only work that we're doing, but when you heard last time from, the science department, all of those pieces, the same things align with our goals around embedding the SEL pieces, getting to that higher order thinking, mirroring the real world, giving students skills in a differentiated way that meets diverse learning styles, giving them voice and choice to choose how they show this, and then learning about themselves. I thought that was, thank you guys for sharing that. That was one of the greatest things, because that's what we all have to figure out, right, is how do I learn best? And what do I need to do to support myself with my learning? And I know I can do this, and this I'm not as strong at, so I need to learn more here. And that's the same thing that happens with the teacher rubric, with our rubrics, is that we're constantly self-assessing. And every year I'm giving myself some needs improvement on areas because something new is in that area or something different, or I haven't given enough attention to it. So I need to learn some of those pieces, and it just gives us all that opportunity to be in that growth mindset, right? That here are the standards. The student standards are super clear as they're doing this. Our standards are very clear on our rubrics. And then we are part of the active part of the process, right? The students are active part of that, not kind of what's done to them. And the teachers are an active part of the process. It's not, evaluation's not done to them. Like all of this, we're trying to work in partnership on.
I can add on just a little bit from a teacher perspective. I am relatively new to the district. It's my second year here. I'm new to teaching in general as well. And just to add on to what you're saying about the benefits of this in terms of just like of professionalism for a teacher in general, it has been very helpful working with my team and working with this team on this project in multiple ways, not only talking really in depth about these different assignments and what we're looking for from students and coming up with what are these prioritized standards that we want to see. Let's make sure all of our rubrics look the same, but also working together when we were grading from the other districts as well, and seeing the process and talking through all of that together too, helped me feel like I am now more aligned as well with the other teachers in terms of my grading as well. So I definitely feel like being a part of this process like helps me grow more confident as well as an educator. So I like that connection with the rubric too.
Go ahead.
Mr. Nixon, could you?
Thank you. I was just going to say I definitely agree with that. And we do preparation days for MCAS, but I don't think anything I've been taught for how to prepare for a standardized test has been as beneficial as the things I've learned from preparing to write these and do these projects. That's all I want to say. I just think it's a lot more beneficial what I've learned from these projects than how to prepare for a standardized test.
Can I just ask one quick follow-up to that? I'm just curious, because I've heard 8 days of MCAS, and then, Ms. Rogers just mentioned all the time prepping for MCAS. Can you give a sense of how much time is dedicated to MCAS prep and taking versus how much time is invested in this? Just like, is it similar? Is one vastly greater than it doesn't have to be numbers of days or anything like that?
Sure. I mean, I think in general, our emphasis is on the learning process. Our emphasis is not on prepping for MCAS. That being said, we are prepping for MCAS all year, and that we're constantly teaching, the standards and focused on the standards. That being said, a lot more work, as the student said, goes into doing projects like these rather than just prepping a student maybe, a day or two before. Okay, this is the format, you've been here before, this is what it looks like, this is what is going to be expected of you. That's the kind of prep that we have to do for an MCAS test. However, our students are prepped for MCAS all year long, whereas projects like these, they're participating more in the learning process versus just being told, okay, here's what it's going to look like. I'm not sure if that answers
I should clarify. I didn't mean it to seem like a criticism, and I know it's
No.
It was really, I was thinking about the opportunity cost of time spent preparing for that, but that's, we're not changing that right now. We're not DESE or anything, so
Unfortunately.
I'll leave it there.
I will say there's probably more in the prep, like Katie was just talking about, that this is what it looks like. There's more of that probably in 3rd grade than anywhere else, because it's the first time they're taking it, and it is more anxiety provoking to take it and not to have known what was coming.
Right.
So I would say more time is probably lost there to that than other places, so to make the students comfortable with it.
Yeah, thank you.
Just a quick question, because we have a long schedule tonight, so I'll trim some of mine. I know this is a pilot for the 8th grade, and is this something that you see could be rolled forward into grades beyond 8th grade? And over what kind of timeline, I guess?
Yeah, any grade can choose to join the pilot at any time, and I think it's probably easier in a school that already has a grade pursuing this, just to get the process understood across the board. This year we have our 6th grade science team is in the first year, not of the pilot of the portfolio process, but they're in the Performance Assessment 101, which is preparing them to potentially build those performance assessments that could ultimately be part of a portfolio. So I'm not committing them to anything, but they're in the elementary stages of that. And there are certainly other courses of teachers that are aware that this is going on and are learning more about it to see if they would like to pursue it further.
That's terrific. Thank
I
you.
would also say this process is super intensive. Why it's such
clear.
a big commitment from this team. It could be going forward that we do, I don't want to call it portfolio light, but it could be less intensive than this, where we could get more people involved. We're trying to build a viability with this across the consortium, so there's all that double-blind scoring that's going on and everything that wouldn't necessarily have to be that intense if once we have this piece and all that we've learned from it, we could modify it and still be able to have a portfolio process without it per se being like this.
And I guess I'll just say, I really love hearing from our educators and from our students, Olivia and Josh and Emily, about about having this freedom in your writing and choice, creativity, energy. I think Mr. Hopcroft had also described these things. I think that is just so exciting to hear. I feel like when I learned about writing, it was very prescribed. I loved being creative when I was really young, but it very quickly became very, I think as we've said here, very formulaic for standardized testing. So I feel like this really shows what you've talked about tonight with your experiences writing and what you've carried out of this experience and going forward, and what our educators are talking about with how intense this process is, and how long it takes to develop, and how to be very thorough and precise about it. I feel like it really shows how education is not static. It really changes from what we experienced as when we were students ourselves. And just as we wouldn't want our kids to be static, we always want them to be growing and developing. I feel it's the same thing with education. So that's exciting to hear about. And then the other observation I'll just make is that, like with your MCAS score, these are numbers that going forward, you probably won't remember them down the road in a few years or anything. But what you create now with your writing and with your art, it will stay with you forever. It becomes a part of a it has the potential to become a part of a historical record, and it has a much longer life. So good luck. And good luck. And thank you.
Thank you, guys.
Thank you.
Thank you so much.
Okay. Thank you so much, everybody. So next up, we have the mid-year update from the Collaborative for Educational Services and our elementary literacy team representatives.
Kirby, did you want to introduce this a little bit, just to start it off, or apparently not? I would love. Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you for the opportunity.
Pass that baton. Yes.
Good evening, everyone. And with great pleasure to welcome Tom, who is helping to facilitate the work that we're doing in literacy in grades K through 5. We began in earnest at the start of the school year, and it has been nothing but great to see a group of educators come together and really put themselves out there in all ways, and thinking about where we are and what is needed so that we can move forward in our approach to meeting kids where they are and giving them what they need. And in all of that, understanding that when staff have what they need, then the students will get what they need. So it's been a pleasure to partner up with CES as we navigate this very, what can at times feel daunting. But again, when you look around and you think about the people who are sitting at the table, and then when you go out into the schools and into the classrooms and you see the dedication, the passion, and again, just the willingness to take these risks and to think about who these students are in front of them and talk about what's working and what's not, it will make a difference in the long term, and we appreciate everyone's patience as we navigate this together. And we will continue to do our very best to make sure we did what we did here tonight. We celebrate all of the great things that are happening. We tell you where our struggles are, and we ask you to partner with us so that we can navigate those together. So I will turn it over to Tom right now.
All right, thank you so much, and thank you for having me. I'm just going to jump right in. If we could go to the next slide, please. So just to introduce you to who I am, Dr. Hackett, I changed my picture for you. request, yeah.
The other one was fine, it's just you've got a nice head of hair, and the other one.
I just,
shaved down.
yeah. So this is our team. Gwen Agna unfortunately got sick and wasn't able to join us this evening, which is a real loss because she is a gem. She was the Human Rights Coordinator in the Northampton Public School District, and then reluctantly agreed to be an interim principal, and then stayed after a career in teaching in early elementary, and then stayed a principal for like 2 decades and was my principal, and that working relationship was the highlight of my professional career so far. And then Sahara Pradhan is a researcher with the research and evaluation team at the collaborative, and does a lot of the background work, a lot of the logistics, and the real strategic thinking about how to use what we've learned about the district, what we know about the team that we're working with, to sort of co-design the facilitation of the elementary literacy team. And it's also it's a real honor to work with her as well. I'll tell you a little bit about myself. Could you go back? Because I just don't love this slide. So I'll just tell you a little bit about myself. I was an elementary school educator for about 15 years with a strong focus on social justice and equity, and mostly taught in 5th and 6th grade, which I loved and often think about going back to, until I talk with my friends that are still teachers, and how tired they are. And I'm just not sure well, I like what I'm doing now, is the honest answer to that. So I got pulled in by the collaborative to join their social justice and equity program, and I'm now the co-director of the Joy and Justice team for schools. And in that capacity, do a lot of leadership coaching with teams of like superintendents and principals and other department heads. And then we do PD for staff, and we do listening sessions with students and community members and families to learn as much as we can about a culture of a school district, and then to help move that culture towards whatever goals that they set for themselves. So that's a little bit about the team. And we could go to the next slide. Thank you. All right. I'm going to trim my story a little bit in the interest of time. But after being a classroom teacher for a long time, I was a math interventionist. And I just wanted to share a quick story from that time. So in my experience as a math interventionist, I got involved with Math Recovery, which is a poorly named program for a really fascinating framework about progressions in mathematical learning across a variety of domains in mathematics. And it's based on decades of research, and it has evolved very carefully following all of the research around mathematical learning. And at a training about how this framework works, we were asked to demonstrate as many different strategies as we could for a problem like 17 plus 9 or something like that on chart paper. And then, so we put all these different strategies up there using what we know about combinations to 10 or nearby numbers, like lots and lots of different strategies, including just making a tally mark for both add-ins and then counting all again, which is maybe the simplest strategy. It's a reliable strategy, but it's not complex. It's not using what we know about the internal structure of number. And that was the point of the activity, was to rank, order the sophistication of each of the different strategies. And as we were doing this, one of the members of the group that was training started to look very ill. And what happened was she was realizing that she had been pushing touch math, which is a strategy where you learn to like tap for each number, and it really kind of locks you into a count by one strategy. But it makes it extremely efficient to count by ones, to the point where you can even do some early multiplicative reasoning, like using a count by one strategy. You're not using like composite number. This really maps to a lot of things in literacy. But she was sort of realizing that she had been not just using the system, but training, systems of teachers to use this as a support for students. And it was what they knew. It made perfect sense. The facilitator in the training seemed to have experienced this moment of realization several times, because she was very ready to say, we go with what we know, we do what is the best practice that we know about at the time, and then when we learn something new, we evolve and we change our programming, or we change what we're doing. And so what you're doing here is the perfect, appropriate thing. But I really sympathized with that participant in our training, because there have been so many times as an educator where I've learned that the thing that I was doing, like somebody else had sort of figured out that not only might it not have been helpful, but it might have been hindering the growth of my students. And I just keep that story in mind as much as I can, actually, as I'm trying to grow as an educator or as a facilitator. So I just wanted to share it with you. I shared this story at the first ELT meeting, so I thought I would share it just as a connection there. Okay, if we could go to the next slide, please. So this is our elementary literacy team. This is an incredible group of people that have been showing up to do a lot of hard work. And I would encourage you, whenever you meet someone and learn that they're on the elementary literacy team, I would encourage you to linger and ask them questions and ask them about their experience. Okay, next slide, please. So in the research that the collaborative did earlier, we learned a lot about your district. I had the honor of meeting with most of the elementary school teachers. I went to every grade level team meeting over a span of several days, and that was so fascinating. And since then, I felt deeply accountable to Winchester, because people shared so much about their passion for teaching and the things that they care about and that they love and the things that they hope would change. And so by extension, I've also felt really accountable. Our whole team has felt accountable to the district and to the students. So tonight it was kind of great to see Josh and Olivia and Emily speak, because the students of Winchester have been this like abstract concept for me. And so I wish that my whole team could have been here to see where, what all this is about. So that was great. So in that research, we found that there's three major areas guiding our work. One is curricular cohesion, and the need there is to build a clear and comprehensive curriculum, instruction, and professional learning core that is a district expectation, which supports vertical and horizontal alignment. Assessment and student support, to develop common frameworks and transparent process around student support, and to develop a strong MTSS, or multiple tiered system of supports. And then communication and culture. This is a trickier one, which I know is why I was brought onto the team, because that's mostly the kind of work that I do, is to facilitate a transparent, inclusive process, to support the change process, foster open dialogue, and effective collaboration and communication. So while we put our findings into these buckets, we didn't know that we were going to be brought on to help do some of the change work. And as we've been engaged with the change work, we've realized that these have really held up as the three key areas to continue to work on. Obviously, they're not, they overlap, and they're not as distinct once you get into the weeds, but it's still been helping us. So the district's goal and real responsibility is to build a shared foundation at all levels that serve as a support for our teachers to exercise their autonomy, their creativity, their professional judgment. And the ELT is getting this process jump-started with educators at the table and serving as a place to cultivate shifts both in culture and in programming. So, next slide, please. Yes, our approach. Okay. So the work involves building enough trust to engage in professional dialogue, learning, and decision-making. And that's one of the things that has started to shift on the ELT. People are able to have conversations that they previously felt were just too difficult to have. And they're critical conversations. And that is essential to having any kind of reflective discipline inquiry process. So the pace of the work also has to support a process that has integrity and engages in collaborative, disciplined inquiry. So it can be very easy, especially when you feel a strong sense of urgency, to want to just kind of like purchase your way out of it. You know, to like, let's just buy this program or buy that program, and then, you know, we can satisfy, you know, this constituency or that constituency, and just kind of like hope that that works. And we've heard from a lot of other districts about a slower, more methodical approach that has been really successful for them, and we'll come to that in a bit. That's not to say that we don't take urgent action for, I think someone used the term medium term. You know, so the immediate needs, you know, my student was identified in first grade as needing reading intervention, and I think if the teacher had said to me, and what we're going to do next is develop a vision for our literacy program, I might have not been super pleased about that. And, you know, that is an important step. So the two things need to be happening. You know, there's sort of two tracks that need to be happening at the same time, and I'm about to get to that. So the other part about our approach is that the work needs to embody and reflect the values, visions, and practices that the district wants to foster. So the ELT is meant to be kind of like an incubator for a larger shift in culture and in practice. And so we are trying to operate in a way that really honors the collective expertise of everyone on the team. And there's so much expertise on that team. And by extension, like, you know, if you're thinking about it in terms of radial symmetry, that's the same thing for the whole district. There's so much expertise among all the educators, all the practitioners, all the administrators, and we want to have a model where that really informs the work. And so as much as we would like to be rolling that out at the entire district all at once, it's just not how change works. So we're working on the ELT to develop the kinds of relationships that are durable enough to have like real choppy conversations and get to the heart of the matter on some really important issues. So that's a bit about our approach. Okay, next slide, please. All right, I'm hesitant to share this, but I'm going to do it anyway. This is my perturbing puppy parable. It's actually, this isn't my version of it. This is from John Weissman's version of a story that Dan Heath shares in his latest book, Upstream, The Quest to Solve Problems Before They Happen. So I'm going to share a slightly redacted version of the story. So on a backcountry hike with a friend recently, we came upon a beautiful mountain river. The water was cool and flowing and just fast enough to carry a floating log downstream, but gentle enough to wade into. Just when we were soaking in the serenity of our surroundings, we heard a yelp. Looking out into the river, we saw a puppy struggling to stay afloat. Without thought, we both ran into the river to rescue this poor pooch. Not a moment after returning to shore, we heard another cry. Looking out into the water, we saw yet another puppy, doing its best to swim. As I held the first puppy, my friend dove back in to rescue the second. Just as he got back to shore, some meek barks rang out from the middle of the river. This time there were two puppies, perilously floating on by. I sprang into action, but just before getting into the water, I spied my friend walking away. Shocked, I stopped and yelled, "Where are you going? We need to save these dogs." And between clenched teeth, he said, "I'm heading upstream to find the person tossing these dogs into the river." So that metaphor might seem bombastic, but going back to that moment for me with my first grader, the metaphor is actually fairly apt in terms of like the emotional load of, you know, some of this work. All right, so upstream strategies. System level changes to structures and procedures and practices, and then downstream strategies are immediate short-term actions to address urgent needs or gaps. All right, next click, please. All right, so some examples of upstream strategies are a vision and program description, learning from other districts, preparing to evaluate and pilot programs, et cetera. And then downstream strategies are engaging in open dialogue to shift culture, forming subcommittees to align and purchase decodables, reviewing assessments, et cetera. Just checking my notes. Okay, so next slide, please. So for our tree-based roadmap, we started with ELT with making some decision-making protocols, and we decided to use a consent-based process rather than a consensus-based process. So if you can agree not to block a plan, you can just consent and we can move forward. And that was designed to make it so that we could not get stuck having everything be 100% satisfying for everybody, and we were able to make some quick decisions that way. Some other things will need to be consensus-based, but that has served us well so far. We also, based on the research and then collecting information from members of the team, we developed a draft vision for the literacy program that's just helping serve our purposes on the team to move forward with the work. But it will get refined as the program gets further developed and more detail gets brought in, and then we'll seek feedback from more members of the community to really solidify the vision. But we just have a working one for now so that we can keep working. And then we engaged with some early wins. So getting materials into teachers' hands, and there's not just the ELT, but other district administrators also went and sort of jumped into some quick action, like providing much needed PD and things like that, like getting UFly manuals out to teachers, getting decodables into classrooms, implementing a DIBBLS assessment system, and which I think is a great example of this improvement process. They needed to do it, so they rolled out the DIBBLS assessment program, and then they, in the process, they learned, oh, we shouldn't have scheduled this in this particular way because it didn't work out for this particular grade. So you just do that reflection, and then that's one iteration, and you go back and they won't do it that way the next iteration. So they're tinkering as they go. There have been some general shifts towards cohesion. We're hearing a little bit of feedback from classrooms and from coaches and specialists that things are feeling a little bit more together. There will always be a lag in that kind of data. You have to really change things and have them be operating smoothly for a long time before people actually believe that things have changed. But nonetheless, we're still getting some positive reports. And then, let's see, I talked about opening up dialogue a bit, and then improving some district-wide communication. I was at an elementary school today, just doing a Q&A with teachers. We're here today to talk to you all. We post regular updates on the website. The ELT, we kind of coach each other a little bit, and how do we want to get our messaging out in each of our buildings, and trying to have those one-on-one conversations to help people know what's going on. I learned today that we could be more effective on that front, so to be continued. And then we had a panel program review, about districts that engaged in a program review like the one that we're doing here in Winchester. So educators from East Hampton, Wellesley, Arlington, Northampton, my district, all came and spoke about their program review process, and they were all in different stages of the process. And at the end of that meeting, the ELT was more together than they've ever been. We did a go-around at the end of the meeting, and people were like, oh, I finally see the whole go slow to go fast thing. In fact, some of the strongest proponents of going, let's just do it, let's just implement something, were like, I get it now. And that's always satisfying as a facilitator to feel a little bit vindicated about your process. And also in that same go-around, there were a lot of concrete suggestions of other early wins, like other ways in which we can help support, help people, particularly classroom teachers, feel like they have what they need in order to be successful, which is our whole goal. People said, oh, I don't feel so alone. And then there was a lot of things that they talked about that were really smart things to do that we're doing in Winchester. And so a lot of people said, I feel really validated. And then seeing people that had kind of come out on the other side of this, I think, was a vision that they really needed. It was a really well-timed panel because a lot of the members of the ELT were like, oh, I get it now. It might take, years to do the real upstream work well with a really cohesive vision that's based on deep understanding of the research and everything that we know about literacy, and that doesn't mean that we're like waiting, you know, that like we're going to just triage a whole bunch of years of kids and just say, sorry, you know, that's not the plan. So, and I think for the first time for some people, they could see how both things could coexist, and that was a great relief. So as we went around, it was like the most synergy we've ever seen, and people seem to be really appreciative of the panel. And so that brings us to kind of where we are now. We're at the end of this calendar year, and we're jumping forward to working on a program description. We're going to continue with the early wins and the things that need to happen in the meantime, but we're going to develop some criteria for curricular programs, a more clear description of like what are all the components of the program that we want to have in place, and how are they going to interact with each other, and how are they going to serve all students, particularly those students who have like marginalized identities or multiple marginalized identities. That's another like key criteria filter. And then prepare for a pilot study. So, you know, I'm not sure exactly about timing, but, you know, that's where we're headed next, is to do some research into a bunch of programs and then narrow it down to a few to pilot, and then we have to decide how are we going to pilot them, and who's going to do that, and how are we going to get them the time to really reflect on the process and be able to communicate with each other. And just, again, that process really needs to have integrity, and it needs to reflect how the district wants to run things in general as a district. So that's kind of where we are. I'm happy to take questions or clarify anything that I've said, but I'm ready for
I'll
any
open
questions.
it up to the committee for questions.
Sure. Tom, thank you.
Mr. Nixon.
If you could just clarify, I believe I heard you say at your most recent ELT, there was some consensus that, I thought I heard you say communication could be more effective, and I'm wondering if you could just talk a little more about that. Does that mean more communication, and is that website to the whole community? Is it communication to teachers? Is it communication to parents? Or is it not the volume of communication, it's the articulation of the message? Like, so
Yes,
just
I
spend a little
understand
more
what you're
time on
saying.
that.
Right. So ideally, you have a clear, cohesive vision, and you're communicating that out, you know, loudly and repetitively in a way so that everybody understands like what the plan is and what is happening and what's going on. The comment that I made was about something I learned just now in Morocco. I saw that by talking with teachers, I saw that there's stuff that's moving on the ELT. You know, it's like if you have like a gold chain and it's all knotted up and you sort of like pick at it forever and it feels like nothing's ever going to happen. It's like hopeless. And then it starts to come a little bit loose. I kind of feel like that's where we are on the ELT. And we've been trying to like get that message out to the wider community so they can feel some sense, that share our excitement or a sense of hopefulness that we experience on the ELT. And what I realize is that my team hasn't been doing a good enough job of making sure that that messaging is really getting out there. So that's what that comment was about. As far as like, do we still have progress to make in communication? Absolutely. That was one of the key areas of like lots and lots of improvement needs to happen there. And so, you know, we're the website that you mentioned, and then the efforts of members of the ELT to communicate in their buildings, and you know, all of that stuff is moving, and it's helpful, and it's shifting, and I think, you know, there's more that needs to be done so that people can start to experience some of the excitement, I dare say, on the ELT, or some, you know, the hopefulness or the sense that things are really improving. We do hear back from buildings that, you know, like we heard from a 5th grade team indirectly, that they don't feel nearly as concerned as they used to feel about the state of affairs. You know, and at the same time, we're hearing from a lot of 3rd, 4th, and 5th grade teachers. They're like, "What? You know, where's the rescue boat?" So, you know, it's always a mix, but it feels like we're making progress. And I just, you know, whenever you talk directly with people, you get a little bit more of a sense of where you're really at. And so I just, like, it was a little bit of a reminder at Morocco today that we need to do a better job of making sure that people in their buildings, and, you know, and probably other members of the community too, are, you know, maybe not all reading the excerpts on the website, or not all getting the understanding that you would get with the personal touch of a one-on-one conversation. So there's something to be done there.
Thank you. And my second clarification, if I may, Madam Chair, I liked your expression, you can't purchase your way out of it, although that might be the first reflex. We're going to be voting a budget in about 6 weeks.
Yes.
And time flies, because it doesn't feel, I mean, it feels almost like it was yesterday. There were some parents, some here tonight, who came here a year ago and were imploring us to make certain investments in the budget around literacy. And we, spoke to the need for developing a plan and a framework, first. So whether it is the pilot or more than one, to your sort of closing remark on your last slide, or other elements of upstream work and downstream work, if they take time or other resources, they can frequently take money. So my only concern would be, I wouldn't want this exercise to find itself budget limited, because, something, I don't think anything would fall on the cutting room floor. I just want to be sure that administration and the school committee is aware come the end of January when we vote, so we have the opportunity to throw our support behind whatever sort of financial resources are needed. So I don't really know if this is a question for you, Tom, or you, Frank, or Lori, but is there a mechanism in place so that as the ELT is doing its work, if there's some conception of what kind of financial resources might be necessary, that's going to come back to us?
The short answer is yes, and we've got stuff. I mean, so in terms of resources, we're not really just talking, I mean, the easier resources in some ways are the resources that are the programmatic materials, that stuff. The resources that we also need are going back to one of the slides that Tom presented around the systems and the structures that have to be in place, and that's people.
Right.
There is, without question, will be coming to you through the budget process, and somewhat independent of the ELT. The ELT hasn't really they're not focused on that conversation, but this is more of a structural leadership. Who's going to do this work? What's the capacity to do this work?
And is it someone who's here?
It's up to bring people on
Yeah.
who have the expertise that we need to support our teachers, not just now, but moving forward. So, but that's not one-time money, as we know, right? So we'll be making recommendations to you for the FY26 budget cycle. Without question, it'll be personnel-based. And I probably saying this out loud in front of people for the first time. My apologies, but there's a lot going on here, and you would not want to know all of it. But we also, as you know, you did vote as part of this budget, which is kind of forever money, $300,000 or $400,000, arguably $500,000, but $300,000 or $400,000. I'm not going to look at Andrew in the face, but for literacy work, that money is here. I have said to ELT, to Lori, to Andrea, who's also on the ELT, to Kathy, who's on the ELT. I don't think Ella's here. Yeah, Ella's here. Hey, Ella. How you doing? And Ella, that there is no string, like when you need the money, when you're ready to do it, then just do it. And one of the things that this school system struggles with, which is just so fascinating to me, but it is true, is our entire staff doesn't ever ask for money. So, because I think the staff has done, well, first of all, I think they've asked and not been able to get, right? But I think that they're so resourceful that they also find workarounds to get what they need, or they create their, so it's a bit of an interesting cultural thing for us, because one of the things that I continue to kind of say is, it's okay if we make mistakes, right? I mean, we may end up purchasing, of course, we're committed to this year, we're into UFly. I continue to say, that's great for now. You may get to the end of this process through a pilot program, and you may find that, you know what, UFly isn't necessarily where we want to be, we want to go somewhere else. Because now we're more informed, we have our vision, we have the structures in place. I don't want this process to be encumbered by people thinking that they need to make a decision that is a 10-year commitment that can never be changed. I think it's the worst thing we could do. So some of the early wins are, and Tom did mention the decodables, those are the kinds of things that we want to get in the hands of our teachers when the ELT says we're ready to do it. And I am not on the ELT. We meet kind of organizationally with Andrea and Kathy and Ella, Lori and myself, and then in the collaborative, just to kind of recap what happened and kind of where are we, what are the resources that we might need. But, it really is in their hands. And I think this whole point of this entire process, if what we heard is teachers didn't feel they had a voice, they didn't feel they were part of the conversation, that was a cultural issue, it's hands-off for us. It is truly in the hands of our teachers, with collaborative leading it, with strong administrators who are there, who are part of this whole conversation, but they are a person at the table. There's not a leadership role for our principals, for Lori, when they're in that group. They are another voice, they are a participant in the process, and everybody brings something. A long answer, but I think the biggest investment we need to make is in people, and we need to, that will be in front of you.
So although I think you were hesitating when you started to say much, I'm glad you said all of that, because that was sort of just the message I was looking for. I think it's good to hear that now, given how quickly budget discussion and votes are going to come, and some of the scrutiny that this will get at FinCom and with other boards. So thank you. And thank you, Tom.
Sure. To your question, I would add that the experts that we heard of who have the kind of expertise that Dr. Hackett's talking about were they had some like cautionary tales about how if you do a pilot, like the teachers that are piloting that program also need release time to like reflect and plan and do it well and to execute it well. And then once you have cobbled together your suite of programs that constitute your, the published part of the resources that are your literacy program, you need like a lot of thorough, consistent PD, and that's expensive. So just while we're asking for money.
Yeah.
I think that's true cost education.
Yes, of course, it's true for, and there was just something about the way they shared that, they were like, some of these programs are quite expensive, and if you buy them and then you don't, come in behind them, then, that's not money well spent. So,
right.
Yeah.
Good point.
Mr. Hopcroft?
Yeah, so I was curious, and thank you, Mr. Nixon. You beat me to one of my questions about the early wins and the budget implications and what we need now. I'm very happy to hear that the ELT has a high level of cohesion and trust and are getting to a point where they can really be strategic in the longer term. I guess are we far enough in that we have a sense of how far upstream the puppies are, and are they just 100 yards up, or are they like multiple locations coming? I guess I'm trying to think of. I'm trying to scope this a little bit, and I get that there's some. I think it's great that we're trying to do the early wins, but and I think that cohesion, that trust is essential to figuring out the more system level changes. But I can't tell if it's 100 yards or if it's 100 miles up the road, up the river, and so I don't know, and it may be too early to know that, and there may be multiple places where puppies are getting thrown in. So there may be midterm, slightly longer term, even longer term. Hopefully not. I like dogs, but just I wondered if you had any early insights, or even insights from other districts that have done this. Like, is there a range? Is it 6 to 12 months, or is it like 6 to 10 years? Like what are we talking about?
Absolutely, yeah. I think we are starting to get a bit of a picture, that we kind of know the big hurdles that need to be addressed. Obviously, when you embark on that work, you'll get new information.
Right.
And so, but there's a lot of solid practice in place in the district. So it's not like you're starting from scratch. I wouldn't say like, you know, it's like miles and miles away. You know, it's more about approaching the process of designing a program very thoughtfully and carefully and thoroughly. It's not like, we're not so problem focused as we are like, what is the potential here? Like, what could we build in Winchester? Like at the end of that panel discussion, people were expressing all their appreciation for the panelists that came, and I said, well, I just want to exploit this moment of gratitude and say, to have you commit in your mind now to coming with Gwen and I in 2 years or so to the next district where we're working to be these people on this panel.
As a
And
panelist.
As the panelist.
Right. We talked about this, Tom.
Right.
We're not
Yeah.
poaching.
Not poaching, yes. Just as the panelist.
Well played.
Yeah. We're not shopping your people around. So, but that's kind of the vibe, you know. We're aiming to go through this process that these other districts went through, and you know, some districts try to do it in 3 weeks, and some districts do it in 3 years. It's a multiple-year process, to answer your question, I think, most concretely. I think, but it's also like a forever process, like it's a forever growing and learning process. But to get to a place where we sort of feel like we did the thing, I feel like you know, the collaborative is going to have you well set up to continue the work, you know, into next year and the following year, you know, piloting programs in a way that's with a very clear methodology and a very clear system of criteria of like how are we looking at these programs and what's going to count as what is it exactly that we're looking for, and that depends on a real vision of what do we want to provide for our students in the district. And that takes, you know, you can't just do that in a 2-hour meeting. So that's going to take some time. So that's some of the upstream things. And I think that was what was exciting about the vibe at the end of that last meeting, is I think people saw, like, they were like, okay, we like, you know, we got the puppies here, we got the puppies there. We're like, you know, we sort of have a grasp of what's happening now. So I'm not trying to be obtuse, but like,
No,
I don't think that there's a more clear answer.
That's helpful. And so, so if I, you know, consider that things take time, you know, these meetings are happening on a certain frequency, you can do so much in a meeting, et cetera. Are there likely chunks, pilots, deliverables that maybe, like, should we expect to wait till the end of the time period, or are we going to, you know, every 6 months or so, you know, might we see some, you know, early mid-stage wins along the way? I'm just trying to get a picture in my head.
I understand what you're saying. Honestly, I think the thing that's really going to deliver what you're asking about is the shift in culture. I think as the culture improves and people feel like they can really trust each other and that they're in a more tightly knit professional learning community, there's going to be little projects going on that we don't even know about. You know, that, you know, like, oh, I saw this thing, I'm sharing. That's already happening. Teachers are already sharing resources with each other and supporting each other. Like veteran teachers are supporting new teachers. Like, all that work, you know, we don't even keep track of all that stuff. You couldn't possibly do that. So honestly, I think that there's some unmeasurable thing that's going to happen with a shift in culture. You know, if people feel more at ease to say, oh, I'm trying this in my room, or, oh, like, here's a resource and I'm going to share it with you, or, you know, the administration comes with an initiative and instead of getting the hairy eye, they get, like, you know, a tentative willingness to try it. You know, that's its own sort of early win. And then in terms of discrete chunks of things, I think, yeah, we might find that, like today, we were discussing an assessment tracking system that might be really helpful for making better sense of the DIBELS data that we're getting, right? So we could, you know, I think we'll start to look at that program and similar programs in the very near future, and probably choose one and get it, you know, in place, and then get the training in place for teachers. So that kind of growing of the program will be incremental and sort of piece by piece, and it will, so I think you'll see things like that happening all along the way. It's just the really big stuff, like the vision and the overall program description, and then what, you know, the big decisions about, like, the more expensive, larger publishers' products. Those are the things that we want to take more time with. In fact, one of the districts said if they could do it again, they would have taken even more, they would have done it even more slowly because they noticed that there were some shortcomings that came up from rushing. So obviously you don't want to study a problem forever.
Right.
But I think, I'm being really hesitant to put
time
frames on things because it has to kind of evolve organically.
It's helpful in describing sort of an innovative kind of learning culture, like a startup culture where we try to fail fast and try to find out what works, build on that.
Fail fast, exactly.
Makes a lot of sense to me, and I get that you can't predict when it'll all cohese, is that a word? Come together. But yeah, I was just trying to, in my mind, I wasn't sure because in different worlds, people are like, oh, well, we're going to play on this and drop it on your lap in 3 years, or, but I get the sense of how this is going to sort of grow more organically throughout that time.
Great, yes.
Thanks.
Definitely not we'll talk to you in 3 years and give you a shiny new thing.
Right.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Ms. Bergstrom.
Thank you. So I'm hearing three things emerge from what we see as something as a committee that we're going to need to invest in, not just in single term, but long term. And that's people, PD, and curriculum. These aren't one-time expenses. That if we're building a program vision and a program description, then that needs to be a cycle of constant review and renewal. So I'm curious about, as you guys are going through your work, I see that the curriculum criteria and review. And I guess I'm wondering if you're also thinking about how to keep us from getting in the place where we started from, where we didn't have, a set process in place to think about things on a regular basis. And I appreciate the, teachers doing things and trying things, and absolutely we want people doing that. But are you guys also thinking about how we program regular points in to sort of do a check so that we don't choose some curriculum, choose something, have new research come along and be stuck in that thing then?
Yeah, I
Does
would
that
just
make
add a
sense?
fourth category that we are tracking, which is systems. And that's I would say that's a major thing that needs to be in place. And that is another one of the messages that the panelists brought. But those systems of what do you, how are we keeping up with current research? How often are we reflecting on, is our programming working? How do we structure data team meetings? All of that kind of, what's our MTSS? All of that kind of thing. And how do we evaluate whether our MTSS is working well? Those are all parts of what needs to be developed by the program. And which reminds me, a point of clarification I wanted to make is that it's not the expectation that the ELT is going to do all of these things, right? The idea is that the ELT is doing some of these things, but in the way that we want all of the things to be done.
Right.
And so that way we can kind of grow it, and and then it can expand out.
Could I just interject?
Yeah, please.
For our viewers here and then on
In-cam.
Yeah.
could you just say what MTSS is?
A multiple tiered system of supports.
Thank you.
So generally it's divided into 3 tiers. Tier 1 would be considered just the classroom setting. Tier 2, I'm not an expert on MTSS. We have one in the collaborative that is part of this project. But I would say Tier 2 is intervention, things that sometimes happen in the classroom or sometimes happen as a pullout. And then Tier 1 is real specialized instruction, or in the case of behavioral sports, it might be therapeutic supports or something like that.
Thank you for clarifying.
Does anybody want to editorialize on that?
Just at the end,
But you said tier 1, and it's
Oh, sorry, tier
3. Yeah.
Thank you. I caught a vibe.
You went
Okay.
down to the
Yeah.
I just
Yeah.
wanted to make sure I heard that right.
Yeah.
1 is core instruction,
or
classroom
tier-
Yeah.
level, and
Yeah.
Yeah.
Tier 3 is the most specialized level, yeah. And obviously, in reality, it doesn't break down like that.
And that's all part of this, your thinking in this work
Well,
as well.
that's part of what we're describing as the literacy program. And again, it's not going to be in the purview of the ELT to design an entire
MTSS system, right?
Yeah, but we are.
It's a whole piece of work on its own.
We are sort of looking at some of the components and thinking about, it's really incredible to have the diversity of perspectives in the room as we talk about things like that, because, we'll bring up something and 2 people will be really excited, and then 3 other people will be like, but, and
Yeah.
that is the kind of what needs to happen.
Right.
And without that, decisions get made that are, unhelpful. So.
Right. And then the other question I had was actually about the students. So you made a statement early on that I don't think you meant the way that you said it, and I'd like to go back to it. You said students at this point are an abstract concept. And when we just had the students in the room who talked about engagement and their level of excitement about what they were learning. How are we keeping the students and their experience with the literacy program centered in this as well? Are we visiting schools that are using some of these programs to see, are the kids engaged? Are they really learning what we believe they're learning and what programs are selling that they're learning? Are we going into our own classrooms to see what our teachers are doing and exemplars here in our own district? How are we keeping the kids centered in this?
Yeah, I understand what you're saying. So Dr. Hackett from the beginning has said, students at the center, teachers at the table. That has characterized the work from the beginning. The other members of the ELT are with students all the time, and they're bringing their experiences, their street data with students into the process. My comment there was a little bit of a throwaway comment about some regret that I feel about leaving the classroom space and how it was nice to see concrete students in front of me. And when I'm with the ELT, I get to hear stories about student experience, but aside from passing them in the halls when I've gone to listening sessions with teachers, I don't know Winchester students. And that feels weird to me because I think about them all the time.
Right.
So that's what I meant by that. And then to be more specific about how are they centered in the process, all of the choices that we're making on the ELT, like whenever we look at, let me just come up with a concrete example. So like decodables, there was some excitement about getting like published decodables rather than photocopied ones, because you want kids to be holding books that are new and shiny and have like really nice pictures and illustrations in them, and the pages feel nice. And of course, that makes perfect sense. And then other teachers sort of brought up, well, I actually really like some of the photocopied ones because you can send them home and then they can go read them with their family. So it's like that student experience of like being able to take it home and talk with their families, that comes out because the people that we have in the room are in touch with what their process is. Or the example I gave about Dibbles, learning some of the scheduling didn't work out great. It just didn't work out great for one particular grade. There wasn't enough support left over for the actual work day for that particular grade, given how I don't remember all of the details of it. But that I would say my team is a little bit hungry for more personal contact with students. So sometime in mid-January, we're coming to spend 2 full days out here. So we'll do the ELT meeting, and then we'll go to some team meetings and then spend some time in classrooms. And also it speaks to the building trust part, because if teachers think that there's like this thing over there that's not connected to what they're doing, it doesn't really build trust. But if you go into the classrooms and they know that you saw what they're actually dealing with, that's a little bit more of a connection. I think there's more that could be done to pull in student perspective. I'm just not sure that where we are in any of these particular processes is like time to ask students about their lived experience with particular programs, for example. I think once you start piloting programs, you're going to want to spend a lot of time talking to students about how are you experiencing these particular products, or for example, or this particular approach.
Thank you, and thank you so much for all the work you're doing and how thoughtful it is, and the many voices you're including in it.
Yeah, we love it.
I'm just going to quick interject because I'm going to write off of your question because I was thinking your question about how this keeps students centered in this process. So thank you for that explanation. And then I guess you just alluded to it right now about the pilot program, and I guess I know you can't talk in any great detail, but how do you see that shaping overall?
Sorry, could you?
What do you see the pilot study sort of shaping up like, just overall? And I guess you talked about getting student feedback.
Yeah. Well, okay. So we're sort of we're like deep in it. There's like so many different ways to pilot programs. We just did like 12 of them. So I have my own personal biases about like how I would pilot programs if you made me the supreme ruler of Winchester, but like that's not. Yeah. So I think that's really a question for the ELT. I know, and they're going to make those decisions based on what they've heard and what they learn about other ways of piloting programs. And then there's going to be some just practical logistical limitations, like if we choose X program and they happen to have a pilot kit, you know, that's how they deal with their material, like propriety wise, or they have a way that they like schools to pilot their program, and they're going to support it with some, you know, like live PD in the process. So I think all of that is really yet to take shape. Yeah, that's as much as I could tell you really about that. Yeah.
Great, thank you. Dr. Matthews?
Is it me? Okay.
You can go ahead.
Apologies in advance. I have 4 buckets of my, what I'll characterize as
See,
sort
that's
of...
why I had to jump in before you.
Yeah. Question.
Okay.
So 4 buckets of questions.
We'll call them comment. Questions. So first of all, you know, I wanted to sort of start by talking about the fact that I find it really interesting that you have a mathematics background. You know, I'm new to the committee. I was just elected in March. But one of the things that was sort of heavily in discussion around the spring budget season was also increasing our level of support around math. And looking at other areas in which some of the same challenges that were identified by the collaborative around literacy might be affecting other content areas. And obviously, you know, literacy across the disciplines, the idea is to integrate as much as possible these things into the written work that students do in the elementary levels and beyond. So I guess I would like to start by sort of hearing from you whether there's anything coming through with the conversations you've had so far, whether with the ELT or at the building level, around impact to other areas, needs in other areas, and how the challenges that you're hearing about specifically around literacy might be affecting math, for example. Has that been a part of any of the discussions you've had? You know, whether it's looking back at your 3 buckets, whether it's sort of, you know, from a curricular cohesion perspective, from an assessment and student support perspective, or from a communication and culture perspective, which of course sort of goes across all content areas.
Could I ask you to just like rephrase your question?
Yeah, so I think what I'm trying to get at is, you know, you were specifically charged, the collaborative in the earlier iteration was specifically charged at looking at literacy. And I think what was uncovered during the process of looking at literacy was that there were some things going on that weren't strictly limited to literacy. They were sort of district or elementary school system-wide concerns. And I just want to sort of know from you, because you know, rightfully so, have been sort of reluctant to share specifics about the way things have been going, but I would really love to know whether you, especially as somebody who has a background in a different content area, have seen some of these challenges expressed as part of the literacy, quote unquote, literacy process that you're currently engaged with, that broadly stretch across categories. So sort of...
I see what you're saying. Okay. I mean, the problems that we identified with literacy program, like some of them are just system level problems, and I would assume that they apply, you know, that they are having the same impact in other curricular areas. I don't have any personal, it's like I haven't been in a math classroom.
Right.
You know, and you definitely don't want to get me started talking about mathematics. You know, I'm like a leadership and learning in organizations nerd, like that's the thing that I think about the most, is how do organizations shift and change. So of course, when we saw some of the communication and culture issues, you know, it would be very fantastical to imagine that that was just happening in literacy, and then this other really well-oiled machine was churning out in other curricular areas. And to that end, I feel like the work that we're doing in literacy will have some like radial symmetry. Like if you can solve some of those problems with your literacy, they're going to kind of be solved like in other areas, because the systems that are in place and the whole approach towards improvement and change will have shifted. So at least that's my theory.
Yeah, I mean, I think what I'm specifically driving at is this sort of idea of, like, you've talked quite a bit about piloting curriculum, right? So that curriculum, I'm assuming the large part of your discussion so far has been around literacy curriculum, piloting literacy curriculum, as opposed to mathematics curriculum or something else. And I guess I'm just wondering sort of two major things, to be very specific about it. It's like, what has been said in the conversations that stretches beyond literacy that you've had since the beginning of the ELT process? And then the second thing is sort of, are there specific needs that folks you've spoken to, whether it's on the ELT or beyond in the building observations and meetings, it sounds like you've done some of, like, have you heard things that stretch beyond, like, needs that faculty are expressing specifically around things that don't strictly have to do with literacy?
Not beyond people saying, this is similar to what's happening in math.
Okay.
Right. We would happily come back full bore and support your math.
Actually, can I follow up on Mr. Matthews? Are the kinds of work we're doing now, can we apply it to these other areas?
I think they already apply to the other areas.
Okay.
I think what we're tinkering with, you know, it's just like about a different way of operating as a district, and you know, it makes sense to try it in one area, actually. So it just happens that literacy was the hot topic. So, you know, in some other places, math is the hot topic, you know, and people are trying to tinker with math, and it's helping their literacy program. You know, I can't promise that, of course, but from what I understand about how our organizations shift, that's a pretty reasonable expectation, that if you can create, like, disciplined inquiry and a reflective practice and a real cooperative approach to organizational reflection and change, that it would naturally sort of, there would be like a natural symmetry. And, you know, my team operates from a emergent strategy perspective that, like Adrienne Marie Brown writes about this, and about fractal symmetry, or, you know, fractal change. And so, the small is all. So you're doing something here, you know, like large systems are basically composites of tiny little interactions. And if you can tinker with those tiny little interactions in a particular character, or you know, a particular way, that can sort of spread around. That might be too ethereal, maybe. And I'm concerned about your thought that I'm not being specific about my responses. And if there's something, I just want to make sure if you have a specific question.
I'm getting there. Don't worry.
Sound as if it provides a real, that the talks that are happening right now and the work of the team with you provides a real model for other other departments or
And can I
other
ask a
areas.
specific follow-up to it? So if, for example, if you're changing the culture around, you talked about the ability to ask questions about the curriculum and to bring in new ideas, then what I understand you saying is that once we change the culture for that around literacy, then teachers may feel more comfortable and more engaged in the process in other areas, because you've changed the culture around asking questions. Am I following you?
Yeah, I mean, even more general maybe, just like if there's more trust, if there's like more relational trust, then you get extended like the benefit of the doubt, right? But if there's a real fracture in trust and people are feeling embattled or bitter, you know, then there's like this hypervigilance of like looking for examples of ways in which the trust has been violated, or like something isn't being done to your satisfaction. I think if there's just a more general, like if people feel listened to and feel seen and supported in literacy, that, you know, that's going to change their whole relationship towards, you know, towards the district as a whole.
The system as a
Yeah,
whole.
towards the system as a whole, yeah. So, but that's, I don't know that I didn't mean to come here to talk about like, org theory, but.
No, I actually
Yeah,
think that's a
okay.
really important part of the whole process. So, the second thing, so the sort of second bucket is, sort of to address that question you just had. So, in terms of those three buckets, Andrew, Mr. Marin, can we scroll back to the buckets slide, wherever it was? It was there, yeah, curriculum. So would you say, not exclusive of what's been said and what's been asked about tonight,
Okay.
would you say that each of these buckets is kind of getting equal weight or equal play in terms of what feedback you're getting from the stakeholders in the process? And in terms of sort of looking ahead to the, as we move from the winter tree to the spring tree, and pilot things, is it piloting things across all three of these buckets? I guess that's, because what I heard you saying, whether it was intentional or not, was a lot around curriculum, right? Sort of what publishers, what specific programs might be integrated, and, sort of Dr. Hackett brought up the idea of, is it UFly or is it Foundations? Is it, there's a lot of curricula out there, obviously. And there are a lot of districts, I think, in terms of my own experience, that have sort of been saying, okay, we need a hybrid approach where we use a little bit of that and a bunch of this and, a couple dashes of that and that. And I think what I'm concerned about is that each of these things is going to get some visibility in the pilot process, right? Which is to say that we don't just pilot a program or a singular approach or potentially one fraction of the approach, but we also are piloting things around assessment and student support. We're also piloting things around communication and culture. And if you could talk a little bit more about that and sort of how that conversation is happening within the ELT and within the buildings that you've gone to, that would be great.
Sure. So all three tracks are kind of happening at the same time. But as facilitators, we kind of try to read the room a little bit about like, if there's not enough shifting with communication and culture or like relational trust, like the other things aren't going to really move. But if the other things don't move and all you do is talk about relational culture and people are like, I still don't have a curriculum to work with, they kind of start to overlap. So in each facilitation, and even within the facilitation, Gwen and I will like back off of one strand and go to another depending on what's happening in the, I see Ella nodding her head, so kind of depending on what's happening, and that requires like just like constant monitoring of the energy in the room and of the content of the conversation. So I couldn't really break down for you how all of that, all of those decisions get made in the moment, like in a quick meeting. And I would say in a general shape of things, we've invested more on relationship and culture in the beginning to have the team have some cohesion to be able to operate together. And then that paved the way a little bit for us to start focusing a little bit more on the academic conversations around curriculum. And so the conversations are, in a general shape, more about like literacy, like the science, and what are the components of the program that we need to think about and work on than they were at the very beginning. At the very beginning, it was more about how are we going to decide things together as a group, how are we going to feel safe to share things, but then we couldn't go into things that were too vulnerable yet because we needed to have some experience with each other before we could do that. And so it's really like a, it's kind of like a dance. Yeah. I don't know. I hope I'm not.
Bless you.
I hope that doesn't feel like I'm evading your question.
No, it doesn't. I mean, I think my comment then would be, I'm really hoping that the end loop of the process, the spring loop, can be, moving towards thinking about, because one of the things, what's really on my mind is in the report, one of the things that was identified was MTSS and sort of the way we engage with MTSS, and it was, and this is really a precursor to my third bucket, which is around sort of the places in which you might have identified to date sort of a procedural and budgetary exceptionalism in Winchester that doesn't necessarily match with or comport with what you've seen in other districts, right? Because I genuinely think there's something specific here, right? But I think that what I'm hoping is that, you know, a lot of the conversation, and I'll be very transparent around the elections that I was part of, you know, came down to frustrations in the community around, you know, what curriculum was being used, what curriculum should be used in the future. And I think what I took away very deeply from the report out from the collaborative over the summer was actually there's a huge systemic issue here that's far beyond curriculum.
Yep.
And my concern is we can settle on a curricular approach, but if we haven't resolved some of the big concerns in these other two
Yes.
buckets and piloted approaches to overcome some of those challenges, then we haven't necessarily done a holistic, we haven't accomplished holistically what we need to sort of take away from the report that
Absolutely.
you all did.
Yes, completely agree. And I would say these are 3 tracks, and there's a long way to go on all of them.
Yeah, yeah.
And if we have like a little marker about where we are, you know, we're just kind of like, you know, like as we go. And none of them can happen without the others.
Right.
So I agree completely with that. But solving that larger systemic holistic problem isn't actually the charge of the ELT.
Right.
Like, we're trying to act on what we know about that problem in the ELT to address the literacy concerns in the district. And I think the administrative team is doing its own work to sort of work out those other issues. And you know, it's all in relationship, but.
Yeah, no, and I'm hoping the connections can kind of, through the process, you know, that you're all doing, the connections can kind of be built to help that work beyond
Yes,
beyond
right.
the consulting engagement too.
Absolutely, right.
Can
I'm
I,
trying to be very transparent about all of that.
If I could just add one thing, I mean, part of, it's kind of like the conversation around the portfolios, right? I mean, I was going to speak up on MCAS, but I felt like I probably didn't want to say anything positive about MCAS, but from a state perspective, you can understand why it would be very difficult to replicate the portfolio process as a state assessment. And we heard people who are volunteering their time and spending hours and hours doing this work around the portfolios. It's the same challenge. It's a capacity issue. There aren't many school systems that I'm aware of who have the capacity to really be working hard on elementary math, really be working hard on, because you're talking about the same people, right? I mean, our elementary teachers teach more than one content area. So we only have so much capacity. We can supplement that capacity with additional support. So CES is good as, their role is very specific. But if CES and the ELT come back and they say, we really think we need to look at contracting somebody to specifically work with a different group of people in the district, or partly part of on MTSS, then we're prepared to do that.
Right.
So we have to do that. Like, there's just no other way around our ability to, and that is a true statement systemically in this district, is that, and we've talked about this, when we have 2 people and I bring my dog to work and that's kind of it, right? And I'm doing FOIA requests and, you know, other people are doing other things. We've tried to address some of that issue with just some of the changes we've made structurally internally, but there's more to be done. Sometimes that requires actual staffing hires. Sometimes that can be supplemented with contracting, like a CES or some other firm around MTSS or whatever the case may be, to come in and work kind of side by side on it. So it's happening in parallel, but the timing on that is critical. Like, we can't be having that happen and ELT doesn't know what's happening, and then, you know, but we're prepared to do that, is my point.
And you've set up perfectly my third. So that's,
You're welcome.
you know, speaking to what Mr. Hopcroft and Mr. Nixon said earlier. This is your 4th. This is the 4th?
Yeah, this is your 4th.
4th bucket? No. There was only 2 buckets. Anyways,
We're counting.
Part 2, it's part 2 of the second bucket.
But, you know, I mean, you've alluded to the fact that there are real budgetary concerns here, right?
Yeah.
And I think, you know, what I would love to know is whether you've had any specific instances where you've uncovered places where, you know, folks have expressed as part of the information gathering, whether it's on the ELT and obviously not specifically naming anyone, but like, hey, this is different than other districts I've worked in, or I've talked to friends who work in other districts and we don't have this, but they do. And is there a way we could get this? Are there any of those sort of comments that have been made by, whether it's by teachers or by members of the ELT or admin around, sort of our needs, meeting the needs that we have in this district and how they might be sort of slightly different in our particular context?
Specifically, because you're concerned there's a perception that we don't have the funds or we can't find the funds?
All of the above. You don't have never asked for, have a culture where we, as Dr. Hackett was saying, have a culture where we don't ask for things because they're not available.
Or don't even dare to dream of
Correct.
asking for things, which is a mindset. It's also
That came out in the
cultural.
research. There was some don't even dare to dream. There was some we asked for it and we couldn't get it. There was some we got stuff we didn't ask for. And I think that's true, anywhere. And it was a specific problem in Winchester.
Yeah.
And I will say that anything that the ELT has come up with and brought to Dr. Hackett, he was like, let's do it.
Yeah.
So that is, if that, that definitely was a problem, and probably that culture lingers, and you could consider it to still be a problem. But if we're focused on the possibility of what the ELT can create and how that could expand out to the wider culture of the district,
Right.
the experience has been, tell me how much and I'll write the check. Like that's,
I mean,
not that he's being loose with the purse strings, but-
Thank you, Tom.
No, I mean, this is all micro, right? We're not talking about macro level
Yes.
for the district,
Right.
but I think that's really helpful. So, sort of continuing as a comment is just sort of continuing to encourage folks to share that stuff, because I think, to your point from earlier, Dr. Hackett, around, sort of people just not being conditioned to ask or being conditioned not to ask, I think it's a huge challenge. It's a huge threat to the district.
I agree. And I honestly think that it would be impossible to parse out how much of that is just like a vibe. Like, once people get into a mindset, right?
Exactly.
So of feeling thwarted or feeling not heard or not listened to or something, then you're just not gonna ask. But I don't know that we could like empirically test for, what was actually possible or not possible.
But I think it's I know it's a structural issue too, because when there's no money, then decisions have to get made about doing the job, right? You can't not do the job. So for example, and this predates me, professional development funding was historically not available. It didn't increase, it got cut, we continue to lose federal funding because of our population. So
We partnered with Whippy to get more.
right. I mean, this school system partnered with a outside organization to get Wi-Fi.
Right.
So the remnants of that continue. And when we think about professional development, for example, we do so much with so little, but the only way to do that is to work with our own internal people, because, I think you're great, but you're not cheap. So, I mean, so you can't, the district doesn't have the funding to support that kind of larger mass of, or just a, systemic or systematic introduction of outside people and outside thoughts and outside ideas any more than we can keep pulling, 6 elementary teachers out of the classroom to, we're going to have you stay a little bit later after the ELT, we're going to talk to you about math. We just don't have the capacity.
I think my impression is that what you do have capacity for, you're making very good use of the resources.
Would agree.
Have. I mean, I think Lori and Ella and Andrea and Kathy, like, you're all here at.
And Chrissy.
Oh, sorry, yes.
Hey, Chrissy.
At like, 10 and 9.
We'll still be here before you get back to Northampton.
I'm not even making it home tonight. So, I'm hesitant to get into like a referendum on how Winchester, needs to evolve, in like a holistic level. Although I love thinking and talking about those things, my intention was to focus on what has been the design of the ELT and how is it responsive of these larger questions that you're concerned about and rightfully asking questions about. And the message that I'm trying to bring is that we are, as a collective, tinkering with these very questions in a way that is moving and in a sustainable way that sort of embodies the larger shifts and changes that we want to try to make. And it's fun. Actually, it's really cool to talk about literacy and to talk about how, and to imagine, teachers, I imagine like having another listening sessions with teachers like down the road and them saying like, we have all these, you said all these things and you listened to us, and now there's all these systems in place. And if I have a student and I'm concerned about them, I know that this happens, and then this happens, and then this happens. And then if they find this, then this happens. And if they find this, then this, like there's all these structures that are yet to be formed that would be such a relief for everybody, administrators, teachers, students,
School
to have
committee.
those things in place. And we're
No, that's, and that's, I mean, I don't mean to cut you off, but just to be very clear, like, I'm a mixed methods researcher, so just full disclosure, like, you
Sure.
might not have known that, like, but I would love for, I don't know exactly what the contract with the collaborative says, but, to the extent that you're able to just dump, qualitative insights that you've obtained on us at the end of the process, things that have come up, because obviously you have a chance, I think, to be in rooms that not all of us have the ability to be in on a regular basis, and certainly not the 5 of us that sit around here and vote on budgets to send to town meeting, right? Like, and so to the extent that we can get all the information, because I don't think any of us expect you to opine on what, the ideal future state for budgetary, sort of outcomes in Winchester should be, but certainly if you have raw data that could be an input for us to sort of have those conversations and make those decisions, I think it would be really helpful. And then just very quickly,
Can I actually respond to that real quick?
Oh, yeah,
just so
sorry.
I don't lose my train of thought. I'm happy to do that. Sahara and Gwen and I would be happy to do that. And that raw data has been here all along, and it's just the systems haven't been in place for you to get it. So, the decisions that you all make on this committee should be based on a really wide bore flow of information from teachers and students. And that is a shift that, that's a shift that, we're trying to affect a little bit in this process. So, we're happy to talk shop. And you've had all the information all along.
Right. So the last thing is a smaller point, but I think it's one that's really important. So in terms of the actual, it's something I didn't even realize till I was looking at the presentation deck tonight. The representation from our Title I elementary schools is actually the lowest for the whole group. And so the number of people from those schools is the lowest out of the 5. And I just, you mentioned the name of one of them, which was the one where you said that there were some communication challenges and you needed to do some more work on that. So I wanted to flag that because I think that's actually a really important thing, is to sort of think about, one of them just gained that designation this year. It happens to be my home school for my sub part of town. I think just sort of understanding the demographic differences among the 5 elementary schools and sort of what that might mean in terms of all of these buckets and how they're piloted, I think is a really important thing. I guess it concerned me to hear that there was a specific flag around communication challenges that came out of one of those Title I schools.
Well, that was for, I mean, it was mostly teachers from that school, but there were teachers from other schools.
Okay, all right.
You just happened to be there today.
Yeah.
That's where
Right.
it was hosted.
Yeah.
So,
And-
kind of fill in the blank, you did a voluntary staff listening session today at Morocco.
Yeah,
So,
okay.
and then you're going to do another one next week.
Right, sorry, I
Right.
should have been more.
No, that's
more
okay.
clear about
I
that.
didn't really,
Yeah.
But just to sort of, I mean, it's not, don't feel you have to be compelled to respond to that, but it's just something that listening tonight and sort of hearing different pieces come together, and then I saw it on the slide, I just want to flag that and make sure that we're really having the needs of those schools. And because I've done some looking at the demographics of those schools and sort of the factors that drive the demographic differences of those schools, the sort of uniqueness of them. And I think those things can be really impactful in terms of especially how we select curriculum and pilot it and roll it out.
So my team at the Collaborative, that's pretty much exclusively what we focus on, is like social justice and equity in schools. And this process has not followed like our normal process. This has come out of the Research and Evaluation Division, and it also uses an equity lens in everything that they do. However, I think we could do more to consider those, like the implications of the demographic differences at the schools and how different curricula might play out differently in terms of how culturally responsive they are. I think that's always been a concern in the district, like that we not purchase materials that aren't, lacking in representation, or encourage a romanticization of certain ethnic groups or something like that. I think that's always been a focus here.
And have really good hooks for ELLs, and
Sure.
it's
Yes, right. And so the director of ML director was one of the panelists, and is on the ELT. So we have that perspective, which is really helpful. And I know that she comes from a very strong background in terms of operating with like an equity lens as like a key lens. And I'm always of the opinion that more could be done on that front. So
higher percentages of IEP identification. So there's a
Absolutely.
bunch of, I can talk to you about it, but it's interesting to really look at the percentages of certain socio-demographic criteria across the different 5 elementary schools. Not unusual,
yeah.
no, but.
Yeah.
Can
All
I
right,
share?
thank you.
Can I share one
Nixon.
thought,
Yes.
Madam Chair? Over quite a few years now, parents in this community for whom this is a really personal and passionate issue have come to me and other school committee members. And while we individually can have conversations with administrators, as school committee members, our opportunity, explicit opportunities to make explicit changes are either sort of limited or difficult, not to say we haven't tried or even been successful in some respects. But something that I'm really dwelling on tonight, to this idea of the culture and not knowing that it's okay to ask for money, for resources, I'm just going to posit that I have felt for a while that the school committee, myself, maybe even most especially because I'm the most veteran member here, I wonder if even the school committee is somehow complicit in this. And I'm just going to tell a story. My oldest son, who's now 23, 20 years ago, this month, we took him down to Texas to see extended family who'd never met this kid. It was a 4.5-hour flight. The entire flight, I was reading through this thick binder of budget requests that were coming in from the principals and the directors, including Lori Kirby, who you might not have known used to be the principal at Morocco. We had a culture back in the day, this is not the previous superintendent, but the superintendent before her, where when we came to the budget development process, every principal came to the school committee meeting, you'll remember. Assistant superintendent had a voice, operations finance director had a voice, our directors had a voice, the athletic director had time and space to talk. And we would take a first pass. Can you imagine what the draft budget increase would look like after those presentations? I thought it was really helpful because the number was like 15 and 16% budget increase for the next year. Well, we all knew we weren't going to get that. There's no way. It's pie in the sky. But I took those conversations to be so helpful because it spoke to what we really thought the need was. And it's so important then because when you do get through the FinCom process and you get to the floor of town meeting and you find yourself arguing for a 3.5% increase, that's a hell of a lot easier if everybody in the room understands that what you really should have is 16% increase. So let me be the first to say that if there are things we can do as a district culturally that can start with the school committee, if there is something that can be done, I'm totally on board. Because if there are things that we can do that ultimately affects better curriculum, better instruction, better culture in the classroom, more effective for learning, then sign me up.
I think you'll be pleased to hear from your finance subcommittee this evening, yeah.
From the finance subcommittee this evening,
Right.
Mr. Nixon. It was an excellent lead-in, but I'll also posit that having all the people come to the table and tell us their needs and have it be 15% increase and bringing them back a 3% increase is exactly what I think builds a culture of,
Right.
we've asked for it, we've asked for it,
Right.
we've asked for it, and you've said no.
Yeah.
So I think we also need to, if we're gonna ask, we need to be responsive to requests too. Because if people ask over and over and over again and we can't fill that need and we can't communicate to the town what the extraordinary delta is between what teachers need to do their job with kids in the classroom and what we can get them to do that job, then that is absolutely going to be demoralizing.
And I would second that, because it just then becomes, why would I spend that kind of time putting all this effort into?
And that was the argument for moving away from that model.
But I think
to be
the
clear.
point is and we've talked about this, right? We've always talked about multi-year planning. We are in a position now where it is especially important for us to talk about multi-year budget planning, because we may not be able to get 15% in year one. But if we identify and really prioritize what the needs are, then we have that list of things that can change, but we can start to map it out, which I think is an important conversation for town meeting. I think we've talked about, the need, and there's just a fundamental need for an adjustment to the tax base and I'm not gonna speak for the town, but I know it's true for the town, for the school department. And I'm not to get into it and steal thunder, but we used our thought exchange program, which not everyone in here knows what that is, and we did a thought exchange with staff on budget. We had 293 participants, 227 thoughts, and 8,000 rankings.
So you're gonna steal thunder.
Well, I'm just gonna say, there was a lot of energy and a lot of synergy around what staff is telling us, because as important as the directors are, as important as Marcaria is, it's still that layer that we have gotten ourselves into trouble with in literacy, right? How do we hear the voices of teachers? Now, I don't know how there's a lot here, but we heard it, we have it in data. The finance subcommittee began the conversation around it, and Katie, there's nothing in here that I would say is ridiculous. There's nothing in here that I wouldn't, but we talk about budget and we talk about adding a program. I've got to believe, and I'm not going to look Cheryl in the eye, but there has to be a level of frustration for our general ed teachers and our special ed teachers and our support staff around, why are you talking about adding something when I don't have what I need here, right? Like, we're just fundamentally we're underfunded.
Yeah.
And so without an infusion of money, at some point, what's going to start to happen, we can't continue to live off 3 and 4% and ever make the gain. What's going to start to happen is we're going to be sitting here talking about cuts. That's kind of where we are. And unfortunately, that's the strategy that I happen to have in front of me in another district. And that's when the override passed. Like, to pass an override with a school system that's doing well, a town that has $25 million in cash, and really no identified glaring concerns. We run a good program, we got great staff, and kids do well. So what's the issue?
Well, in the last override that passed, it passed because we developed 2 budgets, one of which we called the austerity budget.
Right.
You will recall.
And while I'm incredibly proud of that override, we got very little out of it.
Right.
For the school district, in the long run.
I won't add anything else to that.
Because we still have the structural needs.
Yes.
We
Yes.
added programming, but we have never been able to catch up to the structural needs.
And the override was for $2 million less than what we really thought we needed, and were it not for ESSER and other federal funds, we would have been in the hole longer ago. And I didn't bring up, I didn't make.
No, it's a hugely important point. You're right on. It's a hugely important point.
I'm not saying we should flip a switch and go back to that. I just wanted, I guess my point was, there was a somewhat different process,
Yep.
an elongated process,
Yep.
more meetings, longer meetings. Your point well taken. It can be, I'm sure for some people, demoralizing to put all the effort in and to make the presentation, but then they don't get it. I can think of quite a number of investments we made, though, that maybe were successful in year 3 or year 4 because they started back at year 1 and people understood why it was
Yep.
so important.
Right. Right.
The more central message is, if there are things that the school committee can do around the culture, specifically this issue of, I'm not sure it's okay for me to ask. then
I think it starts with
I
you.
would welcome the
Well, I think it
opportunity
starts.
to change.
Well, to your point, I think that we've all, I'm never doing it again, but in the end, we've got to make the money that we're given by town meeting work, right? We have to do that. But we're not going to go through this budget cycle in the next 2 or 3 years with the planning and not make sure everybody knows that what we think our needs are, whether people agree or disagree. We're not going to just make it work without having an explicit, open conversation about what those needs are, so that everybody begins to understand, everybody has a voice in this, and nobody should be surprised when we come to town meeting, and ideally, I mean, it would be nice to, being realistic as well, but to have a multi-year plan that at some point involves an infusion of money. Because it just has to. Like, we can't keep doing what we're doing and make the kinds of changes that we're trying to make. So.
And I think that, but I think the town can't keep doing what it's
Agreed.
doing either.
Right.
You know,
Yep.
we every year have a slide at town meeting that has our free cash balance dropping off precipitously. I've now been on town meeting, this is my 3rd year, and it never has. It's dropped off slightly, but every year we get to the point where, oh, we're going to fall below our 6 to 10% reserve threshold, and we're still at exponentially more than that, having said every year that the sky is falling and the Titanic has already crashed into the iceberg and it's sinking. And we have to, as a town, Mr. Nixon knows. I mean, one of the things I actually would say that the Capital Planning Committee has done successfully is to always have a list of projects ready to go for any amount of money that can be allocated toward them, and say, here's our priority list of the 18 things we actually want, and we're going to fund the top 4 or 6 or whatever. Or we'll pick and choose. Maybe we'll bring number 9 up because we have a little of extra money and it doesn't quite fund 8, but hey, maybe we can pull that one for it. There's a conversation.
Every year, capital planning report tells town meeting not only what they're getting if they fund it, but what they're not.
Yeah.
And there's
and
more stuff they're not getting
there's
than what they
all the stuff that waits. And I think, and Dr. Hackett knows this because I've said it to him, but I think what we need to do is constantly have as a school committee, like, what's our priority list of things? And what do we think a reasonable down payment on getting from year 1 to 2 to 3 to 5 to 10, right, actually looks like? And what does that implicate, since we're, the largest, certainly a majority of the budget for the town, what does that implicate in terms of what the town needs to be preparing for? We don't want to be Marblehead. Like, I mean, I don't mean to, name check districts, but we don't want to be Sharon. There are districts in this Commonwealth, and I saw them when I went to my mask training, that are in really
Dire
difficult financial situations as municipalities, because they were in the position, possibly maybe not as flush as we are right now, right? As, I won't say flush, but as fiscally responsible as we've been. And they could have made better plans 5 to 7 years ago and not crashed into the iceberg that they actually have crashed into. And we have the chance and we have the comfort of being able to say, what does the next 5 to 10 years look like for Winchester? And what are the fiscal needs that we have in order to move forward? And if we, as 68% of the town budget, don't say, here's what we anticipate in the next 5 to 10 years, and flag that conversation and make sure everybody knows that means we got to do an override sometime, then we haven't, I believe, fulfilled our duty, our fiduciary duty to the citizens of Winchester, the residents of Winchester.
And I think there's 2 things to that, Dr. Matthews. It's a strategic visioning process that the committee has already started to undertake. And I think that's what we need to continue to follow through with. But we also can't do it in isolation. We need the town to actually be willing to get in the game and partner with us.
Correct.
Because, as you said, we are 68% of the budget, and we can articulate our needs till the end of the day, but if we're not going to be able to partner with the town manager's office, FinCom, the select board, to also have everybody be on the same page about that and be able to communicate across those committees, then we're going to continue to be in the same place we are too.
Yeah.
So we need better coordination across all committees in town as well.
I mean, just in the time I've lived here, I feel like, you know, I mean, you can look at election results and see a shift in the town, right? But in the time that I've been here, we moved here in 2018, I've seen a real change in, you know, what, if we talk about, you know, the state's collective will around MCAS, right? So the collective will of Winchester, I think, has shifted too. And you can see it in real percentage point differences in electoral results. And that may mean that we have an opportunity to have a conversation that hasn't been had before.
So Tom, I'm sure you've appreciated this conversation. I was looking at you thinking, I wonder what's going through his head right now. Is he data collecting? Is, you know, kind of a, right. Then I started to feel like, yeah, you're right.
This has been a very quick 20 minutes.
Right. I told you it'd be 20 minutes, 20 minutes, half an hour max.
In many school committees, and it's fascinating to hear it play out in different municipalities. You know, Northampton budget is just as gnarly. So I appreciate the need to linger, and I think but there's often a real disconnect between people understanding what the work of a school committee is. Like, you have to talk about these things. You have to figure these things out. And it feels pretty abstract, I think, to a classroom teacher. You know, it's like, what are they doing in there?
If you came a couple meetings through, you would have heard about curb cuts.
But you know, before we lose the plot, could you go back for a second to the slide with all the members of the ELT? Because I want to like connect some of what you're talking about with this. So I guess the thing that's loudest for me in this is that what these people are trying to do is supporting what Josh and Emily and Olivia were able to come here. I mean, their teachers were standing there. They couldn't even keep their faces together. They were like beaming, right? And that's like why you have to have this gnarly finance conversation, is so that can happen. Right. And this needs to happen so that those kids can read and write and be able to explore who they are through those really cool performance-based assessments. And so if there's something that you take away about like what's happening on the ELT, like there's all the logistics, there's the framing, there's our approach, there's the buckets, there's all that stuff. But the really loud part for me is like this district has made a decision to really listen to what came out of the research and to change things, right? That has come from Dr. Hackett, from all the administrators, and for me, the evidence that something is shifting is there were 2 teachers who volunteered at the end of their day to come and back me up at this Q&A so that it wouldn't just be on me answering the questions. And I don't know how long you've been sitting here, but like, you know, these principals have mountains of work to do, and they chose instead to come just because like there's like a personal connection, right? And like you know, it hasn't all been, you know, perfect, right? Like I've definitely stepped in it, and you know, and we've moved through that, and we've moved past that. You know, in some degrees, I'm going to make more mistakes. There's going to need to be more repair, but we are in relationship with each other, and we're doing it on behalf of this project about developing this program, and that is the shift that we're looking for. And it feels like very warm and fuzzy to me. Like it's really sweet that you came. And I think it speaks to the nature of what's happening on the ELT. So I just didn't want that to get lost in the very real work that you have to do regarding overrides. Because, yeah, if you want the best, like if you want the ELT to be the people that are showing up on a panel somewhere else to tell people how they did the amazing thing that happened in Winchester, they're going to need money to do it. So you have to have this conversation, right? And we don't care. You have to take care of, like, that's your job. You know, you figure out the budget, and Lori and, you know, all these folks and Ella and Kathy and Andrea and I will work on developing a literacy program and getting you ready to pilot some products so that the things that we heard from the teachers that they need, especially around like a cohesive vision and a feeling of being supported and knowing what the plan is all going to sort of, you know, not fall into place magically. It's going to happen because of hard work. So I just wanted to like bring the focus back just for a second on.
Well, like, we won't stay there very long. focus.
It's
that
really,
is.
I think
it's really
that's-
something special. What happens when these people get together, just the amount of knowledge that's in the room is overwhelming.
And I also just want to point out, you've had 4 meetings.
Right,
It feels like you've been here forever.
yeah.
No, but I mean,
I couldn't agree
like,
more.
like this process, and then I hope people can appreciate, the people who are in the room tonight, I hope they can understand why the communication about what's happening at the ELT is so difficult.
Right.
Like, your slides tonight is a story,
Yeah.
right? And it's relational, so when we go to try to communicate what's happening, you know, people, if they're looking for a Gantt chart, it's not there, right? So it's so hard.
See the puppies and have lots of questions.
There's going to be so much confusion around the puppies.
I feel personally attacked, Doctor. No, but this is the most important, like, because it's, we all have kids. I have an 8 and a 4-year-old, right? And when I talk to parents, the thing they care about is that their kids are going to get what they need in the Winchester Public Schools, period.
Yeah.
Always and forever.
You see that all the way
And
through.
that's, I think you all have kids at different developmental stages, right? But some are adults at different developmental stages. But it's, this is what we care about, right? And I think if we can't, as a town that has a tiny commercial tax base and has 68% of our yearly town budget devoted to education, our major product in this town is education.
Yeah.
So it's kids, right? 60%, 8% of our dollars go to kids and making sure those kids have what they need to succeed in the future.
Yeah, and not just the dollars. Like if you were hovering above, Winchester at 6 o'clock in the morning, you'd see all these people getting ready to converge on these buildings and like pour their heart and soul out.
Right.
So it's a huge investment. It's a massive investment.
I mean, I think the joke was we're a school district that operates a town, right? Like, I don't mean to be too flip about it, but in many ways,
take it
that's
over.
what we're doing.
Well, I appreciate the opportunity to come here and
Thank you,
talk
Tom.
to you, and I will happily come back. And, if you find yourself at intersections where you have to choose between one thing and supporting that group of people or that puppy, please.
Is that your puppy?
No.
Okay.
No. I'll bring pictures of my dogs next time.
Because it's really cute.
Yeah.
If you do come back,
Thank you.
If you do come back, I look forward to it.
Thank you.
Yeah.
I appreciate
Thank you.
that.
We really
Likewise.
appreciate your work.
Sure, I'm
Yeah.
happy to do it. Yeah.
Thank you, Tom, for everything that you've said this evening and for the update. And I just want to say that we really, truly, I think you can hear from all of the school committee and all of the work that you've done with the ELT, just how much we appreciate you and the educators and principals and literacy specialists who've been working so hard and investing your time and energy as members of the ELT. So just want to say thank you to all of you. And we're looking for, I also just appreciate the really thoughtful, careful work that's been done over the meetings that you've had and over this last year. Just thinking about what we can build in Winchester and what the possibilities can be. I truly think that is really exciting to hear, and I'm looking forward to seeing the outcome of that as we move forward.
Yeah.
So.
And I invite all the parents to stay for the finance update. If you have not taken the finance subcommittee, because to make it happen, we need the parents.
Yeah.
Yes.
It's recorded on WinCam too, just in case.
You can watch it at 2x speed. Thank you to
Also
all of the parents and educators and administrators who came tonight. Thank you,
you, Tom.
thank you, thank you.
Have a good Friday, everyone.
Good
Thank
Friday.
you.
Thank you.
Bye, thanks.
And also the discussion here. I think that was very important.
Yeah.
So, thank you for the thoughtful ideas. Okay, we're just going to keep moving along, and our next item, let me just see. I think we will move back to the consent agenda. And we will just get that out of the way. On the consent agenda are the consideration of approval of the school committee meeting dates for January through June of 2025. This had come to us in our last meeting, December 5th, for a first look. We had some talk about the start of the time, And I think you will see in your binders that we have a revised version with or including the start time,
Thank you.
the revised start time. And then just to clarify for our viewers, we had, no, I'm not going to say pilot. We had made a choice to move to a Thursday evening meeting at the beginning of the school year, so as to give our staff some more ample time to be able to prepare for these meetings. And I believe in our last meeting, the feedback had come back that Thursday has really worked out well. So that is part of this. We would also be accepting a grant of $7,650 from the John and Mary Murphy Educational Foundation to Winchester High School. The John and Mary Murphy Educational Foundation has made a number of donations of grants to the Winchester Public Schools over the years. Just noting that. And then we also have consideration of approval of some Winchester High School trips, including the robotics
Yes.
trip
Yes.
to Oklahoma, July 7th to 13th of 2025, and our trip to New York City, two of them on April 11th and May 9th, 2025.
Motion to approve the consent agenda items A, B, and C is
Hold on,
presented.
just one thing,
Yes.
sorry.
I was about to say
at this hour, but there is a note still in the meeting dates that the Thursday, May 1st meeting conflicts with town meeting.
Yep.
And so I'm assuming that we will not start at 6:30. I'm assuming we'll start at 6.
We
Is
would
that
do the normal
normal-
pre-town meeting, so that really wouldn't be, in the end, a regular meeting.
Right.
It would be a pre-town meeting.
So we should probably.
We probably, yeah,
can
we can
make
make that
the
note.
small edit.
Yep.
The small,
Yep.
so are you
Or
happy to?
we can just wait until the
was just gonna say.
the moderator confirms the schedule of town meeting
Right.
in the spring.
Yeah. Because we may have to alter the scheduling.
Okay.
Yeah.
All
So
right.
motion on the table.
Second.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Okay. Thank you very much. The vote is unanimous, and the consent agenda is approved. And thank you very much for the support of John and Mary Murphy Educational Foundation over the years. And also, happy trips to our Winchester High School students. Next up, we will have a finance subcommittee update, which you might have alluded to it.
Pulling the slides out.
Mr. Maron's got it.
Maron is on that.
And Mr. Maron, you can feel free to jump in too. So, as Dr. Hackett alluded to, one of the charges of the finance subcommittee this year was to actually do a staff budget survey. So, the question that was put to our staff was, what programs or resources should be prioritized for a successful school year? And we had 293 of our staff members participate, generating 227 thoughts. On those thoughts, you can see we had 7,942 ratings.
Okay, pause, sorry.
Yeah.
Can we just quickly explain, because I realize that we as a committee have
No,
already
not
used this
exchanged.
tool,
Right.
and we probably haven't
Sure.
shared with the community what it
Sure.
is.
Yep. So, just quickly, we picked up Thought Exchange as part of our goals and strategic plan to figure out how do we engage the community in a way that we can manage, in a way that we can be direct and get direct feedback, but also a way that we can facilitate a conversation with a lot of people all at the same time. And Thought Exchange is actually used by a lot of architects when they're doing construction projects, because it's one way for them to get a lot of input on what a project should look like. So there are a few districts that are using it. We thought we'd try it. I think we love it. This is a good example of it. So Thought Exchange has all kinds of features. Mr. Maron could go even more detail with you on it, because he's our finance operations and IT director. But it has two main functions. One, you can do kind of the traditional survey that, but it's also AI-based. This particular function, the thought exchange, and you saw the question, it puts out like a general, big, essential question. And then you just let people go in and answer that question. And people can go in as many times as they want. 293 participants, but some of those 293 have gone back in multiple times. So what?
Can I just ask, were the 7942 ratings only among the 293 participants
Yes.
who contributed thoughts?
Yes.
Okay.
Well, among the
You
220.
could open it wider if you wanted to.
Yeah, right, yes, you could.
And
But not everyone gave,
Just wanted to understand the breadth.
Yes.
But those are still good numbers, so.
great numbers.
Yeah.
And not all the 293 participants actually did a thought. There were 297 thoughts. So some of those participants just went in to rate other people's thoughts, which is also excellent.
Yeah.
So then it will generate, and you'll see some slides tonight, really, AI will go into it. It'll pick out themes, and it'll really give us a quick, I would love to have had this when I was writing my dissertation, a quick look at the data in a way that is summarized and usable for us in a way that we could never do any other way. So we've used it, we primarily used it with our leadership team in the summer as we were working on our strategic plan, and we've rolled it out. I gave you kind of a glimpse of it so you could see what it looked like. I've got teachers who are dying to use it with the kids, but we don't have enough licenses to do that. But it's just a great tool, so that's what it is.
And I would also add, Dr. Hackett, that it really gets at one of the systems problem we had, which is how do you take the number of staff that we have and get individual voice into a process without going out and just having a lot of individual conversations too.
Right.
And gives a way for staff that might not otherwise have a voice or access anything to enter a process too. So.
Can I just add also that what do we have, 700 or 800 staff members? So this is something like 40% of the staff that participated.
Yep.
And also, it
Heavy
just
elementary.
automates this process, so you
Right,
get the
that's what I'm
feedback
saying.
so quickly.
Exactly.
Because I remember doing this for a much smaller survey many years ago for a student research group, and I think we had about 180 responses on that. I don't quite remember. But I went through and I read every single one of the responses, and I tried to drop it manually into little
Try to develop
buckets.
the themes, right.
And come up with the themes, and that took a long time.
Right.
So this is great to hear that we have this.
Just the stars too, so if you're rating it, 1 is disagree, 5 is strongly agree, right in between there, that's scale.
Yeah, and to be able to see that.
Thank you.
So I think we can go to the next slide. So you can see that 67%, you can see the breakdown here of the primary role that the people who answered the survey hold in the district. And the next slide shows us that about half of the respondents come from the elementary level, and the breakdown, about 20% middle, 20% high, and then district-wide staff. So what we were interested in is what the global themes were that came out of the responses from these particular staff members. There were there were really 4 big themes that came out of the survey, and those were the top ones that you see below: the staffing, the special education, curriculum, and professional development. There is a miscellaneous category that comes out of the AI, so when it can't categorize something as into one of those buckets, it will just toss it into a miscellaneous category. Mr. Marin went back through those individual miscellaneous responses and looked for a theme among them, and the theme that came out most often was the technology and security. So in staffing, our staff clearly emphasized the need for more teachers and support staff and interventionalists. They saw that class size and student support really impact overall educational quality. There was a call for hiring additional special education staff and social workers and multilingual learners. That is our new acronym for what was formerly known as ELL. So now it is a multilingual learner.
It's defined by the state. We didn't mess with the acronym, just to be clear.
And only the student part changed, not the teacher part.
Yep.
Exactly.
Just to make it more confusing.
Right.
So confusing.
So the staff likes to see full-time positions and not have part-time or split roles. And really, all of this staffing highlights that we need to have adequate staffing to have it's really crucial for providing equitable education throughout the district. In special education, again, we hear the need for more staffing and resources and support for students with disabilities, more special ed teachers, more interventionists, more support staff. And this is where, when we were talking about literacy and we were talking about a primary need being people, you hear that over and over again in our staff survey as well, in all of the different categories. In special education, they also highlighted the importance of the continuum of services and programs, and that without adequate special education resources, that we're not able to really deliver the support that students need to succeed, and better training and professional development for the special education staff that we do have. In curriculum, was our third major focus. Evidence-based, consistent, and vertically aligned curricula. Specific mentions were literacy and math, particularly at the elementary level. Importance of the materials and resources that support the curriculum, and that we need this well-structured and well-articulated curriculum to reduce disparities between schools and classrooms, and again, the need for professional development for the general education teachers as well as special ed. So, of course, as you can imagine, professional development showed up as the fourth major theme, and that we need targeted and relevant training. Here, it was interesting to us that the participants highlighted the need for having outside experts and trainers, as well as in-district training for professional development. That is obviously something that caught our eye, because that would be a large budgetary need when we start looking outside the district to bring experts in. That would be a professional development cost we'd want to be aware of. And that when we do implement new curricula, and we need the professional development to support it, and that will help us improve student outcomes. This was the category that emerged from those miscellaneous responses. So these are responses that Mr. Marin had gathered from all of those other kind of categories that teachers had that didn't really fit in a good bucket. So teachers were looking for adequate technological resources and support. There were a lot of calls for a lot of digital tools and platforms. So there were some specific ones that they named, but really looking for like programming licensing that they could use within the classroom. And that they really believe that the technology, they have a perception that the technology can enhance the educational experience, but it requires a proper investment and support. And again, PD came out of here as well.
If I could just comment on that one in particular. This one surprised me, which is good. I mean, because, when we go through this stuff, we can start to pull out some stuff that we want to drill down on more. Yeah. I also, we are in a district that many of our teachers have been with us. They started with us, they've been with us. So it's going to be important for us to contextualize some of this too, and important for us even, right? I mean, we talked about this before, just like, how, it's not just our per pupil versus some other town. It's what are the actual resources, to the extent that we can kind of really get a handle on, okay, these are the resources that these systems who are spending more money are providing that we're not providing, and what extent do we care about that? But I will say that this district, in my view, in my experience, it has invested very heavily in technology. I even say I think we have too many applications, and that's kind of a problem. But we do allow, and teachers do, like they do with other things. They see something they like, they come back with it, it gets supported, it gets looked at. But so this one, I think we just need to drill down a little bit more. In terms of actual devices per kid, we're not one-to-one, as you know, and it's a bring your own device, and then we supplement. But I think our technology investments have been, prior to my arrival certainly, and I think certainly over the last 3 or 4 years, have been pretty, they've been pretty significant, so.
And it's a line we've been trying to increase
Right.
over time too,
Right.
since that investment. So, and Dr. Hackett highlights a conversation that Mr. Hopcroft and I and Dr. Hackett had, and Mr. Marin as well, that a lot of the comments that come back also lead to some places where we'd like to sort of explore deeper with some of the staff, and particularly around that issue that you were just talking about. So it's really interesting to see what their responses are, and we realize that some of them, we don't want to just take in isolation either, that if there's things that we're interested in as a committee, or the leadership team is interested in, certainly these are things that we can go back to and sort of drill down a little more with staff on as well.
I was just going to make the observation, it's interesting to me because we talked about technology as a school committee at a very different altitude than this, but we're a school committee and these are teachers, so it is much more into the weeds, and maybe that's where it should be. But it's interesting to me, there's an absence of something here that I thought I might have seen, given some of our strategic discussion, but so it's interesting, doesn't mean it's wrong, it's just
Right.
interesting.
Yeah.
So I'm just gonna pause right there for a second. That is the staff survey, and I don't think I'm stealing any thunder by saying we hope to also, once we have a little bit more time with the budget, find a way to engage the broader community in some kind of a thought exchange conversation about our budget as well. So stay tuned. We're still working with this tool and exploring how we could possibly use it to do that part of our conversation too, because we think that's important as well.
Okay, just a really minor point, just on methodology. The way I heard it, and Mr. Marin, correct me if I'm wrong, the miscellaneous category that the AI couldn't classify what the thoughts were, you found those, you categorized them manually into all of those other categories and found that there was a missing category and added the technology and security category. That was what I heard. And actually, we should grab you a mic also, because I don't think
Yeah.
Yeah, I think I can add, so I think part of it is I've read through every category to see if the AI kind of said this is PD, does this align with PD? And some of it I made corrections saying this is asking for staff, not PD. So I read through all of those, and then it puts miscellaneous. And I read through them and said this is PD.
Right.
This is staffing increase, this is ML. And then the bulk that was left was a category that didn't exist, and that was technology and security. So that's how.
Thanks, Heather.
That's how those got grouped there.
Yeah, just because I was aware of the fact that you're our technology and security, you have that as one of your many hats,
Yeah.
and to just be like, oh, I found a category.
It wasn't self-fulfilling, but yeah.
Yeah.
Related, yeah.
Yeah, minor point.
Meant you could turn it off.
And some you can assign a thought to 2 categories. So there's some that's, we need to increase staff, but then it's tied to curriculum or tied to ML.
Thanks, in trying to get it, wow, that's much louder.
Now we can hear you.
I'm trying to fly through that, I missed that nuance, so
Yeah.
thank you, Mr. Hopcroft. So then we came back to district fees. So this committee has had a conversation ongoing over the last year or so about district fees. We have been trying to make a conscious effort to control our district fees for parents in the district to contribute to education here. And I'm going to go through some of our fee areas, and you can see the structural deficit that has been creating for us. And we are going to have some decisions to make as a committee around some of these. So if you want to go to the athletics program, thank you. So currently you can see our per student per sport fee is $350, and our annual family cap is $1,400. In our FY25 budget line, we have had a revolving fund that we have been able to access, and we've accessed through COVID to help support our athletics program without contributing significantly more from our operating side, which is creating a deficit within that program. What Mr. Hopcroft and I discussed after looking at this was that we just simply don't feel that we can continue on at that pace and still be able to support the athletics program at the level that we have been supporting it. So we are looking to, at Dr. Hackett's recommendation and Mr. Marin's, increase the per sport, per student fee by $50 for the next fiscal year and raise the annual family cap by that amount as well. Did you want to add some more to that, Mr. Marin or Dr. Hackett?
I mean, I would just say, we've been, like the earlier discussion, we've been eating
Yeah.
the deficit, right?
Oh, yeah.
So
Through
we
the
know
recovery.
that. I think we need to think about this now, moving forward, as if, you know, we have a need for an athletic program, and this is the amount of money that becomes part of the prioritization discussion. So when we're talking about, like, if you just play this out to FY '28, and this is at the 3% assumption on expenditures, so it's not, you know, this is hypothetical to a certain extent. You can see where we go in FY '28, it's a $90,000 deficit. So we have been able to eat it. We can't continue to eat it. That would have to become part of the budget conversation as to, do we raise fees? Do we reduce program? Do we, some combination of whatever?
Program being teams?
Well, I mean, there'd be a few ways to do it. I mean,
many, yeah.
And none of us want to do it, just to be super clear.
Right.
And get out of here alive. None of us want to do it, but we just can't continue to assume the cost. It's kind of like the other conversation, right? We can't just make it work moving forward. So this, from the recommendation of the $50 is just for next year. And it buys us a little bit of time to have a fuller conversation about fees, because unless this committee's up for it, because I'm not sure we can handle too many more initiatives, from master facilities plan to all the other things that we're doing.
Why are you pointing at me when you say that?
I was trying to do this, right? Because I can see you coiled. I don't feel like we have the time or the energy right now and the resources to really delve into this more. And candidly, I'm not sure what else we would do. The comparisons that we've pulled, don't make us look any better. I mean, there are school systems that don't charge any fees. There's school systems that charge less fees. And then there's, you know, the combinations of, there's a surcharge for hockey because of the ice time, and, you know, all those conversations, which I have had in my career before, and they never go well. I just don't think we really, at this point in time, we've got other things to do. The $50, I think, is nominal. And I think what it does do is it just gets us a little closer to having less of a deficit with less of what we have to make up. We have a more complete conversation.
And we approach this from the question of, could we eliminate athletics fees? And, you know, as you can see from the spreadsheet you have in front of you, it's a $500,000 investment that the district would have to make to be able to fully eliminate athletics fees. So, yeah, go ahead.
Yeah, I might just add to that, you know, and it would have to be in the context, first of all, of the fact that we're under-resourcing
In other areas.
the whole district, and then looking at all of the other activities that students are doing. And so just kind of like the capital Q, having a list of, you know, what are all of our priorities going to be? Is it going to be bringing up the level of service everywhere? Is it going to be athletic, you know, getting rid of athletic fees?
Right.
Is it going to be, you know, dealing with arts? You know, like, you know, we have to look at it. It's hard, you can't just do this in isolation.
In isolation.
Mr. Nixon.
Well, I was going to say, and as a policy, we have been trying to maintain this at a 50% for revenue contribution to the athletics program and a 50% coming from the operating side.
So there
Mr.
is
Nixon.
this, like, once in future program change that I feel like is our unloved stepchild. We talk from time to time about rethinking transportation for athletics.
Yep.
Right.
We talked
We
about
talked
it
about
last
this,
round.
too.
There were some interesting ideas there.
Look at him. He's got the ideas.
I was going to say, we talked
Oh,
about this
this
too.
is all
It's that-
Maren.
Well, because it's a substantial line in
Yep.
this chart going out to FY '28. So, but this grid you're showing us assumes no change in the transportation model.
Just the 3%.
It's the 3% raise.
Hypothetical.
So we also asked Mr. Nixon, and again, this is something that I don't know we're prepared to do for this budget cycle, but looking
That's why I
forward to
framed it
next
that
year.
way,
Yeah,
yeah.
is the cost of athletics vans, because one of the questions we posed in the meeting was, if we had the ability to purchase vans for athletics, would we be able to reduce the athletics line by, over time?
Yeah.
By that $230-ish, $250-ish thousand dollars, that, could we build a fleet of vans and then not have the athletics contract? So Mr. Maron's going to look into that for us.
Well, you already have.
Well, I mean, bring it to us.
Yeah, we had one come on site a few weeks ago, hopped in it, it's nice.
So excited.
It's
pretty
Yeah, so
excited about this.
the initial is like a 3-year kind of swap for costs. So we're contracting, first paying down debts service on the van purchase. And then year 4 through like 7 is where you're making that money back.
Right.
And for
paying
what
for
it's
it.
worth, many, many private schools
Yeah.
do the very thing you've just described with the van that, that you would see running
What are
at
they
Logan
called?
Airport to the rental car counter, where, it takes 20 or 25 people.
SAB, multifunction school
SAB.
activity bus.
So I think it's an interesting idea. I was only asking, I was curious if that idea is going to come to us in January as part of the budget presentation, or is that something you guys are still sleuthing out for the following year?
He would love to bring it. I mean, it's just the upfront cost. So.
I'm only asking in the context
No, I
of
mean, but
athletics
like,
and fees.
right, so. if
It's
we
at the
do-
will of the committee.
I mean, if we were to do 2, right?
Yep, go ahead.
No, you go ahead, because,
Yeah, so the current thing is if we were to do 2, it'd be about $70,000 a year. So there's potential we can kind of finance it, no interest for 3 years through this company.
2 new vehicles.
2 new vehicles, gas-powered.
yes, yeah, just be clear.
Just
off the-
asterisks. And that's currently what we think our smaller travel that we have in teams
Right.
could be about that $70,000 that we're spending on contracted services, so it sort of
Right.
aligns. And then it'd be plus some additional, paying for gas and any maintenance there. But it's roughly in that area what we're seeing, so we're just kind of confirming the math, confirming the economics with some companies and some of the laws around it.
And these vans do not require a bus driver license.
That's right.
So that's what's makes them also more cost-effective.
It's just like a training or liability insurance issue for us.
Right.
And we may be able to use them for things other than athletics as
100%
well,
agree.
too. They're not isolated
Yep.
to that.
So we
use.
pile a lot on you guys, but if this is something,
Oh, he'd love this.
if this
Yeah.
is something the
Music
rest of the committee would entertain,
Yes.
I'd love to have the opportunity to learn a little more in January, and if this is gonna be like a budget priority, especially if it's sort of budget neutral after 3 years.
You can
After
get-
3
you can
years.
get one here and then go out and tour in it. That's what you'd like to
and-
do.
Would you like to go for a
And I
drive?
think it's-
Well, and I think there was a side conversation happening, but I think it's important to say, there's potential other uses that we should probably scope.
I was saying that we might be able to use it for clubs and activities. This doesn't have to, even though it's coming out of the athletics line, that may not, there are other things that we need transportation for in the
What will you
district that we
income
can use
Yeah, I
it
can add
for
that
as well.
we've had groups and clubs that have been offered opportunities to go down to the Cape,
District music
and they
tournament.
they can't afford that 2-day bus overnight, that's $1,200,
The Science
for this bus,
Olympiad.
so.
Exactly.
And not to mention the enrollment studies. That
You're pointing at me
we
on
borrowed
that,
the-
too.
I am.
Paranoid here.
I did the.
The hour is
A little
late.
too deliberate, Tom.
Yeah, no, the point I wanted to make, though, was that it sounded like from Mr. Maron in the subcommittee meeting that it's budget neutral in the first year because they finance it over a number of years. So we would,
Not budget neutral.
okay, so maybe
Sort
I'm
of
using the
cost
wrong term,
neutral,
cost
yeah.
neutral.
Yeah.
So we don't need to have a capital outlay that we get debt service on, and things
Right.
like that. We would basically lease to own, right?
Correct.
And so it would be cost neutral.
Right. But, as we talked about earlier, it's that amount of money here versus someplace else,
no,
too. So,
But it's that amount of money here versus that amount of money here.
right, that
Um,
also, so.
Yeah. And it's just like, works like solar panels, but we won't go there.
I'm just going to point out, it is 9:48.
I was just going to say, No change to early childhood?
Oh, can I just ask one last question?
Oh, sure.
Just as a,
Try.
when we talk.
Try.
No, I know, but this, just for the record, we had talked in the subcommittee, and I think I just heard you say that it's a 1-year $50 increase.
Yes.
The slide says 2.
Yeah, this is from last night.
From last night.
Okay, okay,
So
okay.
this shows a 2-year.
You didn't have
50.
time to adjust
I didn't
it?
have time to update it.
Yeah, no, that's fine, that's fine. Just for clarity for the record, so people weren't confused. Thank you.
I was just sliding over that.
Now I'm with you.
I'm also going to slide over early childhood. Andrew, do you want to explain the two boxes for us? It's just a change in staffing and the way we're accounting for it.
Yep, so this is a change from an FTE that's sort of, there's an ESP position that's was carried in the revolving. We're recommending shifting that to the general fund, and that will balance out the budget here.
So this is our preschool program, just to be clear. This is, this is not something we'd be looking to be self-funded, obviously. We get tuition from students who want to take advantage of our preschool program. How many students we can take depends on how many students that we have identified who need the integrated preschool program, and that ratio has to be about 50-50 all the time.
And I'm actually going to let you take elementary music.
But I have to ask a question then on preschool. So this is predicated on running the model we have.
Correct.
Correct.
We do have the extra classroom at Lynch that's about to open. We've all talked about how running the model we have, we don't have the need for that classroom. The basis for the extra classroom is the wait list that we usually have in
Right.
February. So I'm just connecting some dots. If we stick with the model we have, aside from any tuition adjustment, it sort of means that extra preschool room's not going to be a preschool room fall 25.
I'm
But-
sure the preschool will make use of it.
I mean, we'll make use of the space, but I'm
yes,
just saying that's not.
No, you're right.
Because
You're
right now, the program follows the
You're right.
needs of the kids,
Right,
and it's,
right.
right?
And we
So
may-
unless
That's an
we saw
important
in-
subtlety. When the Lynch opens, we will have
Right.
physically expanded the preschool program.
Right.
You got to build the space. If you build it, they will
Right.
come. And so we have the classroom. We'll have to have a conversation around sticking with the model, tweaking the model, new model, et cetera.
Correct.
And I think, the enrollment study would be helpful for that, to just get a general sense of how many new kids we have coming in. Because the only way we're going to be able to expand that program is if we have more students who need integrated preschool, right? So in that model.
Yes.
So the other discussion, actually, that you have had, I think it was Mr. Brady that brought this up, and I'm sure it's been talked about before, but is we could look at a different preschool model and run an actual straight preschool.
Yep.
We could do that in a lot of different ways, including we could go to a universal preschool program. We're not prepared to do that next year, but if we, it may be something that we want to do. We certainly, next year, we could start to get some data. We could do some surveys from parents, what is the actual need, and what would happen if we had essentially a preschool program that's part of the Winchester Public Schools. Obviously, there's staffing implications, there's all kinds of things that we would need to consider.
There may be upfront budget implications where it may cost us in the first year.
Right.
To begin that program that
Right.
we might be able to
Right.
make back over time.
Kind of like all-day kindergarten.
That was exactly
Yeah.
what I said.
Yeah.
Elementary music. I'm
All right, so it's taken me a little while to even understand this, and I'm a little embarrassed to say it, but, so we run elementary lessons during the school day. We dedicate, please correct me if I'm saying anything wrong, and if I say something that's going to get me in trouble, I will apologize now.
We should just stop.
Okay. So the program itself, we hire the staff run our budget, but roughly 1.2 FTE of our music staff provides the lesson program. It is during the school day. Students, parents can sign up to take the lessons, and they pay a fee to do that. It's a unique situation. I've never seen a fee program that happens during the school day. And I'm sure it's wonderful and all that, but.
It used to be before the bell rang
That's
at
what I
some
said.
schools.
Right.
In
Yeah.
Ms. Bergstrom, did that fall away when we did the school start time change? Was that what pushed that off?
No, I think it was the staffing change. I think it was the sheer ability to.
Okay, sorry, go ahead.
No, so I just want to be clear that, like, the revenue from the fees covers or partially covers the 1.2 FTE that we have to dedicate, to provide the elementary lessons. That's all I want to say about it. Dr. Alan is doing a lot of work with the middle school, James Lynn, right now in the middle school schedule. There is a lot of energy around the middle school schedule. We would concur that we believe that the middle school schedule, it's time for a change. That could have some staffing implications.
Meaning availability of music.
Well,
teachers?
part of the reason why you do a schedule a certain way is because you have only so many staff, right? So depending on where that conversation lands, there could be staffing implications to get to and I'm not necessarily tying it to music, but we share music staff.
Yeah.
We share other staff. And anytime you share staff, it binds the schedule. So
We should assume there will be budget implications.
To changing the middle school
I'm just
schedule.
gonna be honest.
yeah. I didn't want to
You
say
can
that
do
right
that.
now, but I'm sure that, yeah. So, but this is what the program is. We're not recommending any kind of fee increase to it at all, but that's how this operates. So I guess I'm saying this out loud because it has taken me a while to understand what we're doing, and now I'm pretty proud of myself for understanding it, so I'm just going to talk about it full time, so.
So we, Mr. Hopcroft and I talked about this, and we decided that with what was happening with the middle school schedule, you can see that if the program, this is another program that if it continues to run the way it is going to end in a deficit for us very quickly. We're going to be coming up against having to add more money from the general fund to this program. We could offset that a little bit in FY25 with a program increase, but knowing what's happening with Dr. Alanema and Mr. Lin and the middle school schedule, and really, this is one of the places where we really feel like we want to give the leadership team some time to look at the program and see if it's philosophically fitting in with the way we are providing education at the elementary school day. We're pulling kids out of classes to go to the lessons, and it's an awesome opportunity that we have to offer that. But that means they're missing something else in their school day, and it may not be ideally what we want them to be missing. And there may be certain groups and demographics of kids that this program may not be available to because of the services or the way their day looks. So, this may not be available to them because of other services they're receiving. So we said we'd like to just keep the program at the fee structure it is for this year and really give Dr. Hackett the latitude to look at the program and make sure that we're offering the program in the best way as well.
But are you guys also, can I just ask a quick question?
Yep.
Do you have an awareness of the consistency in the programming that's being offered? Meaning, once upon a time, I thought we introduced strings like in third grade.
Strings
Brass
is
and
the only
woodwinds was
one.
like fifth. What's that?
Strings is the only one that runs grades 3, 4, and 5.
Okay. Because what I'm interested in is, because we have made this change and now it's a pullout during the
Right.
day, did we at the same time kind of cut back on some of the offerings themselves? I'm seeing you shake your head, so that's good.
Right.
Okay.
And I just want to make the point. We hire the music staff. We pay for 1.2 FTEs to run the program. If we said we no longer, and I'm not saying it, we no longer want to run elementary music lessons, we're still going to have the 1.2. Like, it's not like we would be reducing staff. So we supplement the budget, but we hire the staff, we'd be hiring the staff anyway. I mean, it would be a real reduction. We'd lose the fee, and we are charging off part of 1.2 to the revolving account that is a result of the fees. But I just want, it's just unique in that we would still need the 1.2. It would likely use it in a different way.
So the expenses side on that wouldn't change because the expense to the program is the staffing.
Right.
So that expense line stays whether the program's there or not. But given all those things, and unless anybody has questions, I think the recommendation would be to not do a program increase, but look at the program. And,
Moving on to transportation.
yep, we are.
Mr. Maron.
I'll take this one.
King of the bus?
So we provide no recommendations for fee increases. We have, we're sort of waiting. So we have established that third tier for Lynch. This is the second year of that. Sort of funding that out of the revolving fund in transportation for that additional tier. And so next year, we're looking at we're incorporating Lynch back into the elementary tier. You drop a lot of bus routes, so we're going from 6 buses now to probably 1 in the morning and 2 in the afternoon is what we're looking at. Then we've taken over some of the sped runs for the LBLD program is now part of this transportation here. So we need a little more time to work out how those runs kind of bounce back and break out through those 2 tiers, and then also balancing the traffic in town and how. So I've had to add some additional runs even after we've started this year, just because traffic's been so bad in certain areas.
Throw in a bridge project, and you get yourself a
Yep.
party.
And yeah,
We
and
just
so
need to Waze redirect people.
Yep,
out of
and we've
Winchester.
even made changes last week, just some of the tardiness of some runs and just preparing for any winter weather and how that
yeah.
impacts things. So now I think we have, we're in a good spot now for this year, and seeing how that rolls over for next year, and we go through that process.
And I just want to remind the committee that the first year of doing this, we received ARPA funding from the town to
Correct.
cover the additional buses. You also recall we had, I don't know what the real number was, but we have not charged fees for Lynch students for last year and this year. So there was a double hit in the budget that we're in right now, we didn't get any supplemental funding, so we had to pick up the cost of doing the Lynch tier. And on top of that, obviously, we're not getting the fee. So, that obviously turns around a little bit next year, and you can see,
Yeah.
we're projecting a little bit of a potential expenditure savings as a result of that, but also we have a contract that went up, and don't forget, we also have a sped transportation line, that the contract after the town meeting approved the budget that went up by 40%.
Right.
So it's helpful, but it's part, it's only part of the solve, so.
Can I just throw one thing out there for us to keep in the back of our minds? Given that the Mystic Heat project passed, so that project will happen, and when it happens, kids will not be in the building. Not sure what the plan is for rec, but we have a tenant downstairs. So we have yellow buses that go to Mystic after school for rec and for Kids Corner. So are we having, hopefully we're having some conversations with our vendor or teeing them up that, I mean, if those 2 programs are not co-located, like, how does that work? Because now there's 2 different destinations, if you understand what I'm saying. I mean, 2 separate programs happen to be up at Sims Corner, but for some chunk of time, they won't be. And it won't be a matter of days or weeks. It'll be a chunk of time, unless it's all done over the summer. But I don't know what the thinking is about project execution, and if they try to do it over the summer, does it roll into the fall because the building isn't ready? So just saying we should be thinking about that.
Yeah, so right now, any work being done is being done with programs in place, and they're shifting folks around and covering upstairs, downstairs. And we've met for that, some contingency plans, so if the work's not completed and they have some catastrophic failure, how do we accommodate some of those programs in the district? So we've worked through that with the town and have some plans in place for that too.
Meaning in terms of space to accommodate them?
Right, for
So
after-school programming.
Yeah. I'm just saying, if we're on the hook to get kids from point A to point B.
Well, I think that's a conversation we have to have.
Yeah.
Okay.
I think that's for another.
And,
yeah.
and just, because, so WinRec provided Lynch after-school programming at Lynch, right? Not Kidsborough. When the new building opens, Kidsborough will be providing the after-school programming.
At Lynch.
WinRec still runs a program, obviously, at Mystic, and we really, in my view, we provide transportation to Mystic for WinRec
WinRec.
students. but we're going there anyway, so we provided also for Kidsborough.
The
I mean,
Kids'
for Kids Corner. Ideally, we would co-locate if they had to move out too. So that also kind of gets into the Parkhurst conversation potentially about what happens with that building based on the timeline, based on our ability to turn that property back around after we move Lynch students out, so.
As well as where we put you and Mr. Marin and other administrators soon.
Yeah.
We've talked about getting the big RV van. We were just gonna drive around town, go mobile. I'm still open to it.
I think one of the new vans would be all right.
You know what? I don't think so, okay? Let me handle this, all right?
Okay, it's
I
10
believe
o'clock.
you're-
It is after 10 o'clock.
I believe you're projecting 1,437 students here in this high school next year, which is considerably above the design enrollment of the building, so.
Yeah, I
Gotta
just
keep
hope-
thinking
I
about
hope-
that, Parkhurst.
I hope Mr. Mahoney's not watching this.
So our last slide was, we wanted to see where Winchester was falling in relation to some of our peer districts on all of the fees that we offer. And I know this is the first time you are all getting a chance to look at this, so I'm just going to leave this here with you. If we want to have a discussion about this again in the future, we could certainly talk to the chair about adding it to future agenda item, but it would be a lot for you to go through on a first look tonight. But now you have it.
I would like to add that to the agenda for discussion. And thank you for whoever did the work. Yeah, thank you,
Team effort.
Mr. Marin.
Team effort, for sure.
That's really helpful data.
Can I make just my last comment on this whole, thank you for all of the work, which is very well presented. On the subject of athletic fees, specifically the family cap.
Yep.
If we think about the purpose of a family cap, which is to acknowledge at some point there becomes a hardship, I'm dwelling on, I support the idea of raising the individual student per sport fee. I have some doubt in my mind about raising the family cap or raising it by that much, only because of why it is a cap and the purpose for it being a cap. So I would probably want to just think about that some more,
Yep.
but I support the idea of raising, I actually support raising fees, and I support your rationale for it. I'm just dwelling on the
Yep.
cap.
Yep. And I think we ought to also figure out how many families do we have who are in the cap now?
Yeah.
Well, and we could also talk about what that cap should be too, because we talked a little bit about this. You know, the cap doesn't reach one child in the high school playing 3 sports. That even at $400, that's only $1,200. So the cap only comes when you have multiple students in the high school, and they are playing
At least
in
4.
total more than 3 sports per year.
Or-
Right?
Yeah,
So
I
if
mean,
you,
you're
even if you have 2 students only playing 2 sports a year, each playing 2 sports a year, that's,
Your proposal in year 1, that cap covers 4 seasons.
right, that's what I'm saying, yeah.
Yeah.
4 total seasons, over
the
however
school
many
year,
kids you
yeah,
have in the high
4
school.
seasons, yeah.
Yeah. So it's something to think about too. You could get 2 kids through 3 sports
Yes.
without reaching the cap.
Yes.
You'd have to get to a 4th sport before you'd
I was doing some of those ratios
Yep.
on my notepad while you were talking, so that's why, and I was doing that because I was just thinking about the
And
rationale.
the 50 doesn't really change that, is I guess my point.
Yeah.
Is that, we can add that 50 under the total cap, but that doesn't fit into the multiplier
Yeah.
for where you reach that, so,
Anyway, I just wanted to throw that out there.
yeah. And right now, it's still 3 sports. It's the same ratio now.
Okay.
I'm sure
At the
that will
current-
all be part of another good
Yeah.
conversation as we keep on delving into this. So, next up, Policy Subcommittee
Subcommittee.
update. I can keep this very short. There is no included presentation yet, because we will be bringing this back to you next month. So the Policy Subcommittee had met yesterday afternoon, Dr. Matthews and I, with Dr. Hackett. And as we have said before, this is part of a years-long review process of the WPS policy manual to ensure that it's in alignment with MASC, the Massachusetts Association of School Committees, review of its own policy manual. And this was last completed in 2015. by school committee member Susan Verdicchio. Many thanks. But it is high time to come back to this. And we have brought some of the policies back to you already. Next month, we will be bringing you, since we've been talking about buckets today.
120 policies.
Yes. Well, I won't say it that way to make it sound so daunting, but we will be bringing 4 buckets of policies to you. Some addition, an addition at this point, deletion. But then we'll be bringing a number of no-change policies, policies that we've reviewed that have no changes to them, but we would like to mark that they have been reviewed by the policy subcommittee. So that is said.
On,
Would you like to
on an updated date, I think
Yes,
is
an
the
updated date.
But
Last
it's not
reviewed.
that they haven't been touched for 10
Right.
years. It's
Right.
that they have been touched, and we still
Mhm.
continue to be comfortable with the language.
Right.
And I think the committee needs to figure out, as a school committee, whether or not you feel like you need to see those if there's no change, or whether you're comfortable with the policy subcommittee, the notation being reviewed by policy subcommittee in 2025. So it doesn't matter. I think either way, because there's no change, so you're not really voting on a change. You're
Right.
just acknowledging a review. But we want to put the date on the policy so that future people can know that it's been looked at and when it was looked at last.
That's a good
In my
idea.
Wayback Machine, when I started on policy with Mr. Nixon, when we got the updates from MASC, the only ones we brought to the committee were ones that had substantive changes.
Yeah.
In fact, we usually sent the ones back that had minor corrections or additions, even just to Frida, who just updated the language, which is may be
Yeah.
why it's not reflected at the bottom of the policies too. So
Some of them are.
I'm totally comfortable with only bringing policies back to policy subcommittee for readings when there is a substantive change that changes the legal implications or the policy implications for the district. But that's just me, I don't know.
And that's the full committee, that you don't bring back.
Back to the full
Right,
committee,
right.
right.
I agree.
I'm feeling a little tired myself. So thank you for that. And then we will also have a fourth bucket,
Yep.
a fourth bucket of policies that have minor updates, which is exactly what it is, very minor.
And
Either.
can I say your policy subcommittee members tend towards the detail-oriented
God, it's brutal.
end of the
It's brutal.
spectrum.
Yeah.
And so,
Oh, my God.
I would say the
You
same
should
thing about
listen
this
to them
bucket,
talk.
Dr. Matthews.
And we get excited about it.
That
I
unless
have to turn my
we're,
camera off, stand up and walk around the office.
so that will be,
just
you
let them
know,
enjoy each
It's
other.
just, that's what I do. That's what I do. I'm just there to, get them what they
to
need.
set your fears at ease and quickly move this to completion. That is I would say, a bucket where there have been commas in bad places or errors in typography or word choice.
A change of a word by
Right.
MASC.
MASC has suggested
Gender-neutral language.
the Board of
Select board.
Selectmen
Yeah, the
appears in
selectmen.
certain places. So that's that bucket. So to put your fears at ease, we will probably vote on changes, but that's all
Yeah.
minor and important,
In this
yet very
round.
important, respectful stuff.
Yep, and then there's more to come.
Yeah.
On the road. So, okay, that is policy subcommittee
Put
for
my
you.
full faith in your editing abilities.
It's a collective effort.
It's always amazing when I see a margin note from 2022 from our chair.
Oh, my God,
Who
it's
was
like-
working on it since then, so.
It's like she was having a conversation. It's like a metacognitive exercise that she was going through with those policies.
And now we come to our very own Winchester, our Winchester Public Schools 2030 Strategic Plan Update.
So, given that it is 10:15, I'm
yes,
not
and there's
and I'm
that
not
too.
feeling entirely strategic. But I do want to give you an update, and you have seen a lot of this before.
You hung in this long.
There's a couple, don't leave me now. Okay, all right. Thank you.
Can you send
All
us
right.
can you send us the link to this before I forget?
Andrew, can you send a link to?
It's not in our agenda, it's not live in our agenda.
Are you proposing we put this on?
Have any of these?
I'm gonna run through it quickly, and you're gonna sit there and you're gonna like it, all right? So,
I'm in.
Part of what we've done is, I'm in.
This is
Part of-
deteriorating.
Part of what we've done is, for you folks at home, part of what we've done
Past
is,
my bedtime.
as you know, we have worked on the strategic plan framework for a couple of years. We've done a lot of work with the leadership team. We've done a lot of work with, we've come back with you. You've had, both this committee and prior committees have had workshops around this. But now, what we're taking that framework and we're turning this into a 5-year plan. So this is what we're lovingly referring to as WPS 2030. Much of this is going to look familiar to you. There's still more work to be done. You as a committee need to meet again to go back through this in a workshop format, and I would make the recommendation that we do that fairly early in January if we can get a date. But the goal areas are the same: teaching, learning, community, culture, and well-being, operations, systems, and supports. And then if you remember, if you go to the next slide, please, under each one of those goal areas, there is what we call a statement of commitment. So you can see the teaching and learning one. And then under each one of the goal areas, there are 2 strategic priority categories. So in teaching and learning, it's curriculum instruction, and it's growth and development. Then, how we've talked about this is the indicators are kind of if we were implementing this in 100%, and what would it look like? So it's the future state. Like, if we were doing curriculum instruction, you can see the first indicator under curriculum instruction on the right. The curriculum is aligned to standards, implemented with fidelity, and measured with authentic assessments, and provide actionable data for instructional planning. We get there, we're done, right? But obviously, we're never done with that. So those indicators are to express the end state, like what is the vision for this goal area. From that now, and you can go to the next slide, and actually you can continue to go to slide 5. Thank you. Now where we are is we've worked with the principals. You also know there are school improvement plans. So we're off cycle on the school improvement plans because we've been doing this work. If you recall, the school improvement plans that you approved last year were we consider those 2-year plans. So those are in effect. However, the school councils, the principals are meeting with their school councils to continue to review, and what they're looking at are specifically what we're calling strategic objectives. So these are pulled from what we're saying with these objectives. This is our focus for this year. It may be our focus for next year. These are pulled from prior statements that we just went through. But we're focused on 3 things in our teaching and learning: instructional practices, differentiated. Tonight was a great example of it. Students demonstrate learning and progress towards standards in a variety of ways, and schools and classrooms create safe learning communities that promote self-awareness, trusted relationships, engagement, risk taking. Those are the 3 objectives that the principals and that we will be working with at the district level for the district plan for this year. So those could continue in further years as we continue to build this out. But I just wanted to say that the principals are already working with their councils. They're in different places with it. Candidly, school council process is not, we're just working through it still. So there's been some bumps. It's been partly COVID too. They weren't really necessarily active in COVID. We have new principals, so we're working through it. So you'll be seeing the school improvement plans you'll be seeing the school improvement plans in February. But at the same time, I think where we are with the 5-year plan, and we'll continue to work on it, I think that in February, the question is whether or not we bring the school improvement plans back to you for this year, because they are already approved as 2-year plans, or do we bring to you next year's school improvement plans instead?
Yeah.
Right, so that then we're back in cycle where we would be bringing those to you before the close of the year, which ideally is what we would be doing, not completely fleshed out. So we're I am in my head working through some of that stuff right now, and we'll figure that out. But, so for each one of these, you can see the community culture and well-being. Those are the objectives for this year. That's what the principals are focused on. That's what we'll focus on as a district. And then, if you go to the final slide, those are the 4 strategic objectives. These are mainly in your bucket, and administrative bucket. So, and what I've done, and this is what you need to have a further conversation about in January, but what I've tried to do is pull those that we know we're gonna be touching on, this year with a little bit more effort, depending on which one we're talking about. So that's what you have in front of you. The following slides are what was presented partially at town meeting with some additions, because part of what we've done is, this is modeled after after Boston University's new strategic plan. I really found that to be the kind of plan that an educational institution like us should have, right? Because while there are benchmarks, we're not Goldman Sachs, we're not doing key performance indicators, not dealing with hedge funds yet, but that might be a way to raise money. Is anyone here from School of London Economics? We could, but it's a good descriptor, because I think what we do is ongoing, and it provides kind of the snapshot. What does it look like, right? What does it look like with kids, very specifically? So these slides were, the chair actually went through these at Springtown meeting. I just included those for you. I did go to a PISC meeting. I was invited to a PISC meeting. I shared this. It's a little bit different than what they saw, but I shared this with PISC at the time. The feedback was very good, I felt. And so now we're kind of, where do we go from here? We need some additional work with the committee. We need to put out to, we need to get more general staff input, because we've not done that. The input has really been with our directors, coordinators, principals, and assistant principals. So we'll go and get some feedback from the full staff, probably through a thought exchange or something along that line. We'll do some more work around tying this into the budget process and what those look like. And then the bigger next step will be, and this will happen through the budget process, like we talked about, it's a 5-year plan. So what does it look like over the next 5 years, and how does that tie into the budget? And while we don't necessarily and aren't going to necessarily articulate every single strategy through year 5, it is that conversation about, okay, these are the things we want to do, and how on a 5-year plan do some of these things fall out for year 4, year 5? Is there, like with the literacy piece, is it going to be a pilot? Is it going to be, pilot and then year 2 and then year 3 look to implementate? I mean, those are the kinds of decisions that we can map out on the timeline. So.
And is there a way to look at each of these buckets sort of with the lens of, when we're thinking about budget, systems, PD, staffing, resources?
Yes, yeah, absolutely.
And articulate
Yep.
those 4 budget buckets?
Yes, and we can code it. This will end up in some Gantt charts at some point too. This is still higher level, but yes, we can do that. We can actually code the steps to items within the budget.
Yeah.
And then
That
refer
would be
in the
great.
budget back to the plan and what
Yep.
those are, so. Questions?
Any questions? 10:22.
No.
That was my only question.
What are the anticipated future agenda items?
Yeah.
Okay. Well, thank you very much. That's a nice segue.
Unless you,
Thank you for the
Chris, unless you had a
presentation.
question.
All right.
I don't have a question, but
Okay.
I'm wondering if, are we coming back to superintendent? Is there anything you wanted to say under superintendent remarks, or are we going to end the meeting with that?
Curb cut.
Curb cut. I hear you, and I agree. Let's get out of here.
Because if you weren't, I just wanted to say I thought Dennis Mahoney and Anna Paradise did a great job last night on the G4A
Yes.
Excellent
public webinar.
Yep.
I believe 8 minutes into it, they said we had 120 participants, mostly parents.
We were knocking on 200
They had a very
at one
tight
point.
20, 25-minute presentation, and the rest of it was Q&A.
Yep.
And they did a great job fielding those questions and promising to get back to people when they didn't have the answer. Very well done.
And I've
I
heard
just
some
wanna
great
get that-
feedback from parents already today who didn't quite know why they were there in the first place. They saw a GPA webinar, and so they showed up and said that they learned a lot about just how that whole system, interestingly, it was a mystical system to them before the webinar. They knew their kids got a GPA, they knew the scale published in the handbook, but they actually learned a lot from the research the committee had done. So I appreciate that work has
I
gone to
found
good.
it super informative, and just all the comparative work that had been done, and just laying out what the differences are. It was very, very
The board mentioned
informative.
a few times last night, in terms of the timeline and the process, that recommendations may be coming to us in January.
Yep.
And I did follow, when I hear conversation about needing to make changes to Aspen modules, my concern was if there's a cost for that.
Ms. Paradise said there would be.
And I have gotten subsequent feedback that it might not be a budget request, it might be handled some other way. So, not to be debated here, but if you anticipate something, Dr. Hackett, that's just another little footnote for your budget presentation, I guess, in January. I don't want to get ahead of what the recommendations
Yeah,
are.
right.
But
And
anyway.
and candidly, I don't know where they are with that part
Okay.
of it, but I know that they'll have a recommendation, so.
I just want to say they did a nice job.
They did.
They did.
Agreed.
And the sooner they can bring it to us, the sooner we can all move on from it as well.
Yeah.
And agreed.
So I would be supportive of them bringing it to us. We meet often enough in January.
we
If
do.
they can find, they should certainly be able to find a date in January after they finish their work to
And-
bring it to us. So
We will
I would
figure
fully
that out.
support them bringing it to us in January.
And I would recommend that they bring it, you hear it, you ask your questions, and you don't, like, almost like a policy that you deal with it at the following meeting.
Yep.
So that you have time to hear the information, and if you need some additional information, but I think hearing it and making a decision one night would be a lot.
I agree with you 100%.
Oh, okay, thank you for
I also heard
clarifying
that
that.
they
I
were
was
going to
trying
be
to figure out what you
surveying
meant.
teachers next.
They have.
So,
Haven't they?
I thought
They already have?
For what?
The GPA.
GPA.
No, I don't think that's gone out yet, so that may be partly why they
Yeah.
come in January, because there's another survey round. I will be interested in knowing what the questions are to teachers, and, but
Yeah.
react to that when I see it.
Any further superintendent remarks?
No? Can we read these on our own?
Yeah, I was going to say, can I
Yes.
just make a motion to adjourn?
Yeah, I was.
Second?
No, you got to take the vote.
I will just, and, I am just gonna, I've crossed off all my other remarks, and I'll just say, this is our last regular meeting of the, of 2024. And I'm sure you can tell, it has been a very busy year, and it's really sped up now, especially as we're like sandwiched between, I feel like Thanksgiving was yesterday, but now next week is going to be the winter break. But there is a lot happening, and people are very busy. But I do really hope for our community, please enjoy and take that time over the winter break, just to rest and rejuvenate, enjoy your time, special times with your families, so.
I do have a special request, Madam Chair.
Yes.
Given what we discussed tonight and the community interest in it, and I thought that was a very meaningful conversation we had around literacy. I appreciate the deliberate effort to get our meeting minutes like lean and mean.
Yeah.
But this was a meeting where I would hope it would be helpful for our community if the minutes are a little more fulsome than their usual counterparts, if you know what I mean, just to be sure we're capturing everything that we talked about. I wouldn't be surprised if there may be members of the community who couldn't be here tonight, who want to know, what did you talk about, et cetera, et cetera.
Or
This
we could
might-
just put the wing can
Yes.
link in our notes.
I think
we
Ms.
can,
Allen
I'm
and
just
Dr.
saying,
Matthews have been
with-
doing a
with
very,
respect, so this is to you, Madam Chair, and the superintendent. If there were things that were discussed
To the
tonight
recording secretary.
that you think need to be in those minutes, please have that conversation with
I
Kevin.
will.
I think Ms. Allen and Dr.
Will do your
Matthews
best.
have
I-
been working
at the
very hard
interest
on
of
those.
Prolonging in the interest of prolonging, given the fact that we have a motion to adjourn on the table, I have been doing my best to add meat where I believe that there might be interest in that, and trying to keep it lean in places where it is not as necessary. And I'm hoping that at the next meeting in January, we have the ability to bring the whole tranche of.
There's a large set.
Yep.
There's a large
set
tranche.
of minutes. But
Yep.
to that point,
Hmm?
there is editing
Yeah.
for certain key areas that I know are of great interest to folks.
I'm not
No,
criticizing.
no, no, I'm
just so
just,
you know.
but just because we got, one of the biggest challenges was getting through the minutes for the meetings over the summer that had to do with literacy, because there was a
For
tremendous amount
precisely
of
that
focus
reason.
put into making sure those accurately reflected the totality of the discussion.
And then there's the curb cut minutes.
Yes.
So I'm just going to say,
As-
our next
was
meeting,
noted.
I do think this is important.
10
Our
minutes
next
ago.
meeting is January 9th, 2025, and we will be starting at 6:30,
And
so, going forward. And
it's the eve of a very big day for me, but I'm just putting that, no, I'm kidding. It's the day before my birthday.
What is? We know?
The 9th,
No, the
no,
9th.
it's January 9th.
Oh,
I think we should all go around and share our birthdays.
yeah, I think.
all right, it's 10:29.
But yours, wait, you're what?
10:29.
What?
I didn't realize that you and Rose, our daughter, have the same birthday.
Can we get a
Can we
motion?
vote on the motion to adjourn?
I'm saying,
Now we can do
I
birthdays.
was like, what?
Meeting adjourned. I called it.
Good night.
favor?
Thank you, WinCam.
We usurped you.
As I say to Cheryl Norris, you don't have to leave, but you can't stay here. So. Not beer, just to be clear. Okay.
Very innocent.
When you caught that, I thought, oh, wouldn't that taste good right now?
When we're ending at 10:30, I feel like beer.
I get punchy after 9:30, just fair warning.
Conversations